Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Test 1 2. Test 3 4. Over.
I got a little crack. Yep. Test. Test, yeah. Mhm. Test, 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 1, 2, 3, test. 1, 2, 3, test. Test. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. I think that's good, yes, test. Test. You hear me? Test, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, good morning, everyone. May I have your attention, please? We're going to be starting in a few minutes. I ask that if you can please put your phones on silent or you can turn them off, whichever you choose, that'd be great. And we'll go make sure you get your any type of pastries or coffee or refreshments, and we'll go ahead and get started in a few minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. May I have your attention, please? If you are able, I ask that you please stand as we face the flag and say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Obweg. I'm the Director of Outreach and Communications for the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. On behalf of all of us from DPA, we welcome you to our 2024 Phoenix Family Member Update. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from speakers who provide invaluable insights and updates on the ongoing efforts to locate, identify, and bring home our missing personnel. And through their tireless work and expertise, they offer hope to you, the families, and who will seek answers. And today you're going to get a chance to speak to your analysts and caseworkers for your one-on-ones if you've signed up for that. And together, we're going to be committed to ensuring that you have all the proper answers and we're transparent as possible. And today, through our briefing, you get as much information as you can from today's briefings. I ask that if you are a military veteran or retiree, please stand so that we may properly recognize your service. Thank you. I mentioned the one-on-ones. Again, if you have to leave, please do as far as your scheduled one-on-one. And I know that we have assigned seating for some, your service casualty officer or analyst, they'll come and get you. But if you have any questions about what time your briefing is, please feel free to let any of us government workers know. And also, please remember that during this time, use this opportunity to learn more about your family member's case, but also get all your questions asked and all your answers addressed, because that's the time for the Q&A. Later, as we'll go through the briefing, there's part of the agenda, there's a Q&A session that'll be reserved specifically for the briefings that you'll hear in this room. So please keep your individual case specific questions for your respective service casualty office and analyst. I mentioned the pastries and the refreshments earlier, so make sure you indulge on some of those. Feel free to go back and forth. There's one specific break in the morning, then the lunchtime in the afternoon, but please feel free to get up and stretch your legs and use the restrooms as you need. And speaking about I mentioned the pastries and refreshments. Thank you to the kind sponsorship from the Disabled American Veterans Department of Arizona. If I may recognize, today we have the department commander, Mr. Kevin Cooper. Sir, he's right over here on my left, your right. Thank you, sir. And a few other distinguished guests we have in the room today. Today we have Mr. Thayer Bashor. He's your constituent services representative from Congressman Andy Biggs' office. Sir, may I have you say? There you go. And he may have snuck in the room, but Mr. Jeff Tim, he's the Director of Military and Veteran Services from Congressman Eli Crane's office. He may step in, step out. All right, let's go ahead and familiarize ourselves with the agenda. You have this nice little booklet in front of you. And we'll just go over today's events. As you see, we're going to have a few briefings this morning. After I speak, we're going to have Mrs. Fern Sumter Wimbush, our Principal Deputy Director of DPA, speak. Then we're going to roll into our remembrance ceremony. That remembrance ceremony is an opportunity to share your story, why you're here, about more of your loved one, and anything else you want to share with the group. Then after that, we're going to have a short little break after the ceremony. Then we will go into a few briefings, one from a day in the life of the field team, then recovery and ID process, and the DNA process and advances, and the partnerships and innovations brief. Then after those briefings in the morning, we will go into the Q&A session. Again, that Q&A session reserved for the briefings that you'll hear in this room. Then we will go into our lunch session. Then right before we break for lunch, I'll go ahead and I'll say it now. After lunch, you are going to go to your respective family members' conflict, and you're going to go to a breakout session to learn more about that your specific conflict in that specific room. But I'll explain that again right before we break for lunch. Any questions about the agenda? No. All right. Sounds good. In the packet, in your respective packets, a lot of great information about today's events. You should have a copy of the briefings that will be showing on screen, but also I want to highlight the survey that is in there. So I ask that you please feel free to take it out now. Throughout the course of the event, as you hear the briefers, as they finish up, we respectfully ask that you go ahead and fill out the survey and please provide us your honest feedback as far as what we've been doing great, how can we improve, and toward as part of the day, I'll constantly remind you about the survey, but also I'll ask that you please return that to us at the end of today's events. So you got the survey in there, please fill it out. We will go ahead and collect from you afterwards. All right, seeing as there are no questions for now, we are going to roll right into our first speaker. And it is my pleasure. I'm sorry, before I do that, part of the booklet that I was showing you in here are all the speakers who are going to be presenting along with their bios. So I ask that if you want to learn more about our respective speakers who are going to be providing their briefings, their bios are in the booklet. It is now my pleasure and honor to introduce our first presenter and speaker, the Principal Deputy Director, the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, Mrs. Fern Sumter Winbush. Yeah.
Well, good morning. We are ecstatic that you are here to attend the Phoenix Family Member Update sponsored by the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. I understand that there are a number of first-time attendees. Could you just, so that we can get a visual, can you just raise your hand if this is your first? Oh my goodness. Okay, so that helps us because we will tailor the briefing to you. As Mark talked about, please feel free to ask questions during the Q&A. We're going to have an opportunity provide an opportunity for you to talk to us and for us to give you feedback. You also, if you signed up for a one-on-one with your analyst or your service casualty officer, you will also have an opportunity to talk about your specific case. So we want to make sure that for the Q&A that's going to happen after all of the speakers brief in this room, that Q&A is just for the general mission set. If you have specific questions about your particular loved one's loss, please talk to your analyst and or your service casualty officer. I want to thank all of our visitors, but I'd also like to highlight one more visitor set. Thank you, Mark, for letting me introduce them. We have a few very high-speed military intelligence Army officers who are attending the basic officer leader course at Fort Huachuca. And I had an opportunity to have a conversation with the class. And after I finished, they wanted to volunteer. So if you were escorted by a lieutenant, then you were escorted by one of our very high-speed BOLC attendees. So if anyone from BOLC who's in the room, can you all please stand up? Don't be shy, because I do remember every single one of you. Our nation's finest, right? So they are going through their initial military intelligence training over at Fort Huachuca, and they volunteered on a Saturday to be here to not only meet you all, but also to help us. So they will be handing out mics when we go through the Q&A. I know they escorted some of you today. So if you see them, please shake their hand and thank these individuals for their service. Next slide, please. We at the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency understand that the mission we are charged with is not only a sacred obligation, but it's a moral imperative. The motto of leave no man or woman behind really ends with DPAA, because at the end of the day, we all know that when hostilities ceased in many of our conflicts, there were some of your loved ones left behind. Some of them remain on the battlefield, while others are in cemeteries buried under the moniker unknown headstone. Our goal is to identify all of them that are buried as unknown. And we have a very robust disinterment project program that I'm not going to talk about. You'll hear about it later. But that's where we make the majority of our identifications, through those disinterment. And so I like to call DPAA the promise keepers to that motto, not just for those that we're looking for as a part of our past conflict, but for all of our servicemen and women who are wearing the uniform today, that should something happen to them, once hostilities cease, we're going to come for you. Now, before I go any further, what I'd like to do is show a short video. It's about 9 minutes. It is a video that talks about a day in the life of a DPAA employee and service member. What I will do after the video is over, then I'll come back up and talk to you about a few more specifics about how we work with host nation partners and some of the other programs that we have going. So I hope you enjoy the video. Go ahead and run the video, please.
We write no last chapter. We close no books. We put away no final memories. An end to America's involvement in Vietnam cannot come before we have achieved the fullest possible accounting of those missing in action. Why keep searching? The answer is simple. You never leave a fallen American behind. The mission of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, is to provide the fullest possible accounting for our missing personnel to their families and their nation. Strategically located in Arlington, Virginia, with major facilities at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii, and Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, the more than 600-person newly established defense agency is jointly manned by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Department of Defense civilians with specialized skills. Researching, recovering, identifying, and ultimately returning an individual to their family begins with analysis and investigation. The DPAA experts begin the search by studying all known information regarding the circumstances of each loss. Historians and analysts gather information from U.S. veterans, foreign witnesses, archival records, and other sources. They then create a case file for each unaccounted for American. This file may include historical records, official correspondence, maps, photographs, daily activity logs, and medical and personnel records of the missing person. These files are continually updated until an identification is made.
Once the research has been done here, and we get the command's approval, we send out small teams. It could be up to 2 people, it could be a 10-person team, conducting interviews at a villager's house, at a district office, or a combination of going to the site first and then conducting the interviews on site.
Once all available information is analyzed, a decision can be made to disinter individuals buried as unknown or conduct field investigation. During a typical investigation mission, personnel interview potential witnesses, conduct on-site reconnaissance, and survey terrain for safety and logistical concerns. Teams also try to generate new leads that may result in future recovery. The main goal of the investigation is to obtain enough information to correlate or connect a particular site with one or more missing Americans. If enough on-site evidence is found, the site will be recommended for recovery and excavation. Recovery sites range in size from a few square meters, such as in individual burials, to areas larger than football fields for aircraft crashes. DPAA may hire as many as 100 local workers to help with the excavation process.
This job has so many benefits. For me personally, it's an opportunity to serve the country, but also our fighting forces and kind of contribute to that as well. Professionally, it's just an incredible challenge to get to work in all the countries where we work, to travel to these amazing sites, to work with the local villagers and local officials, and just have the opportunity to give somebody some answers after decades of waiting to know what happened to their loved one, and maybe just wrestling with the grief that lack of information and lack of answers brings. We have the chance to resolve that for them, and that's just an incredible opportunity.
Investigative and recovery missions in search of missing Americans take DPAA personnel to distant, remote, and often dangerous locations all over the globe. Rice paddies in Southeast Asia, areas on the Korean Peninsula, 16,000-foot mountaintops in the Himalayas, and underwater sites off the coast of Papua New Guinea. And we still continue to search the battlefields of World War II throughout Europe. After a successful recovery, all evidence is then transported to the DPAA laboratories. Once they've arrived in the lab, the painstaking process of identification begins. This is the final step of the mission, leading to the return of an individual. In many of the cases, an important step in the identification process is DNA analysis, which is accomplished by cutting a bone sample that is sent to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. One of the challenges DPAA faces today is the lack of reference samples from family members of those still unaccounted for. Any person who is a relative of an unaccounted for American is encouraged to contact their service casualty office to ensure there is a DNA reference sample on file for that service member. DPAA makes an identification when all available evidence remains. Artifacts and historical documents point to the same person. The ID process can take anywhere from a few months to several years to complete. Any unresolved cases are kept open with the hope that new evidence will be found or new technologies will be developed to make a future identification possible. Once an American has been identified, there remains a return to their family through their respective service casualty office. They are returned home with full military honors and given the respect they earned through their service and sacrifice for their country.
Oh, as a family member, this agency to me is doing phenomenal work, and in a very personal way, because when somebody loses somebody like my father, and you really don't know what the story is for 70 years, and then you find an agency that knows about him and keeps his memory alive, keeps the mission alive to try to find him. It's very meaningful in a very personal way, because it means you're not just doing this yourself alone. You have a whole body of people who are concerned about finding your dad and bringing him home.
That says something about how we honor our dead, particularly those who have served this nation. I'm very grateful to all of the DPAA and the related agencies, the military in general, as they've pursued this in our government, and for our citizens, because they think it's an important enough mission to continue. The way we value life, and very few nations, I don't think any other nation to this degree does this.
Which, makes me proud to be an American.
I just wanted to yell openly to everybody out there, he's home, he's home. I couldn't believe it. And when I went up and touched his name, I thought, you're home, you're home. It's unbelievable. I'm glad I live in the United States of America. And that we have this attitude. Leave no man behind. We're so fortunate. I want you to know, and I know from my own experience, that if something's happened to you, we will be looking for you.
The men and women of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency are united in their effort to recover and return as many of our missing personnel as possible. One more patriot return, one more family that now has answers. One more step in fulfilling our nation's promise.
So as you saw, the mission that we are charged with is huge. It runs from research all the way to recovery through identification. It can sometimes take several years before we're able to return your loved one. I want to focus a little bit now on specific numbers and specific relationships. So this mission is not only global, but it's generational. I would also offer that on our website, www.dpaa.mil, you can find that agency video. And I implore you to please share that with your family members. We love it when family member updates are attended by second, third, and fourth generation. We need those family members to know that this effort is continuing so that they can represent you in the future at these events. With over 81,000 unaccounted for, the task is daunting. Of that 81,000, we believe there are about 38,900 that we believe we could actually someday account for. And the reason the number is different is because many of the losses were due to deep sea losses or high-speed aircraft crashes, where the remains were likely destroyed. But even with the 38,000, it's a big mission. It is going to go on for many generations past DPAA currently. Fortunately, we have very strong partner relationships with 55 countries. And I'm just going to highlight a few of them. The first one that I want to talk about is China. But those of you who have been following us for a while, and oh, by the way, we do have Facebook Live running, so there's actually more people attending than what's represented in this room. But if you've been following us for a while, you know that we have had the challenge of trying to get into China to recover remains. Well, following November of last year, the US-Chinese summit, President Biden and President Xi had a conversation. This mission was a part of that conversation. In early January, we got the call asking us if we were willing to go to China to do an investigation. Well, what are you going to say? Of course, we hadn't planned for it because we plan our operations 2 years out. We pulled the team together very quickly, and we sent about 7 of our personnel there to do an investigation, to talk to witnesses, to field samples. And the Chinese local population were very supportive, very helpful. So I just wanted to tell that story because it's encouraging. Usually at these FMUs, I say, well, you know, we're working with China and we're getting, you know, information, trying to get information out of the People's Liberation Army archives, and it's a slow process. But to have a mission actually take place in January is very promising. So we are confident that we will be able to have at least 2 more missions, maybe 1 this year and 1 next year. And so we are planning that right now. The next country I want to talk about is Korea. South Korea is an excellent partner of ours, and they have been cooperative. And in fact, they model many of their laboratory processes and procedures after our DPAA lab. So we've been in coordination with them for over a decade. What is challenging is North Korea. There are still about 5,000 unaccounted for there. Now, you may remember in 2018, when the US received 55 boxes from North Korea, those boxes actually came to our agency. We sent our team to Wonsan, North Korea, where they picked up those boxes. And that's all I'm going to talk about that, because you're going to hear more in detail during one of the later briefings. But at the end of the day, in 55 boxes, there were over 250 individuals represented. Unfortunately, North Korea is no longer picking up the phone. We had been in contact with the Korea People's Army, the KPA, as late as 2019. And in fact, in 2019, we were preparing to do a mission. They were on the cusp of letting us go in. But since the summit occurred and the turnover of the 55 boxes, they stopped answering the phone. So I think they want to deal at a much higher level than DPAA, which is unfortunate because, of course, there are a lot of other very high level political challenges that our nation is dealing with. And so right now, we don't anticipate any North Korea recovery in the near future. Our next extremely strong partner is Vietnam. I smile when I talk about Vietnam because not only have they been a great partner and ally, when COVID struck and our teams had to come back to the home stations, the Vietnamese did recovery operations for us. And we've made identification from those recovery operations. That's the type of partnership that we continue to garner with our host nation partners in DPAA. Much like the China problem with Vietnam, we've continued to be collegial, collaborative, understanding to their challenges, but always trying to shape that will just a little bit more. The other thing that Vietnam is doing for us is they are allowing us to use our partnering efforts. And for the longest time, we were unable to do underwater recovery off of the coast of Vietnam, but now we are. And so it is extremely promising. I'm excited about that particular mission set, and we cannot thank the Vietnamese enough for their complete and total cooperation. The bad news. So, Laos. We have been challenged by our personnel assigned to Laos not having the same protection as the embassy employees. Our Vietnam assigned personnel and our Thailand assigned personnel have the same protection as the embassy personnel assigned to those two countries. But we can't figure out why Laos will not allow the same thing. And so unfortunately, of the 5 JFAs, we were able to execute one early on in this fiscal year, but we've now canceled 2 JFAs. This is critical because it's not just military uniformed personnel that are being assigned to Laos. They're bringing their spouses and their children as well. And so we have been working with the US Ambassador Office, who has been fabulous and is really helping us to push this problem set to get us back on track. 2 JFAs canceled. I can't even believe that the Laos is allowing this to happen, especially when there's an embassy in Laos where those personnel have the protections. Why it's gone on so long, I can't explain that. I don't have an answer. But at the end of the day, we had to finally put our foot down to make a point that it's important that the service members and their families get the protections. Because for those of you who know, especially our military, a simple traffic accident can be horrific for a US personnel assigned to a country without those type of diplomatic protections. So the conversation continues. We hope that it will get resolved soon. If it does not, the beginning of March, I think next week, in fact, is when we will have to strongly consider whether or not we have to cancel a third JFA. With World War II, there's no specific country set I'm going to focus on because with World War II, largely our allies and partners have all been fantastic, helping us along the way, giving us access. But with World War II, as you all will learn later, a lot of our identifications come from disinterments. So we do field activities and we are getting remains from some of those, but largely disinterments are where we make our identifications. But those of you who are thinking about the current budget, all I'll say is we are currently operating at FY 2023 budgetary levels, which was $150 million. Now, when I started in DPAA back in 2015, and for those of you who remember this, we had a budget of about 130. Every year, Congress would come back and give us additional funds because they saw that we were making progress. They saw that we were really paying attention to what the families wanted us to do. And so we were able to submit an issue nomination paper that talked about this particular issue and requested additional funds. We were approved for 2024. The fiscal year begins in October. So in October of 2023 goes through September of 2024. We were approved an additional $46 million. I wish that applause could be for the fact that we actually have that 46 million in hand. Not so much. So until an appropriation is approved, all of the missions that we plan for that excess money are at risk because the year is going by. Weather windows are opening and closing. And so we are awaiting the final appropriation for what is really an amazing budget approval by the president of 196 million. And so those of you who know this mission, you know that that is a huge investment by the department. And so we wait. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have a very robust mission set plan for 2024. We will be in 40 countries, conducting 165 mission sets, field activities. Today, right now, as we speak, we have 6 missions ongoing. We are in Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, and the Solomon Islands. 3 of those missions are also being conducted by 2 of our partners, which is pretty cool because they, as partners, help extend our capabilities, right? The government could never build an agency large enough to get after 39, right, thousand unaccounted for, let alone 81,000. And so we rely on our partners to help supplement what we do. Next slide, please. Now I want to take a focus on the importance of family reference samples. You're going to hear this a lot today. We cannot make an ID without your help, without a family reference sample. It is a simple cheek swab. There are no needles involved. And in fact, today, if you are a family member and you don't know what I'm talking about when I say family reference sample, then Tim McMahon, there we go. Dr. McMahon is from the Armed Forces Medical Examiner, Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. He's going to talk to you later about what his organization does. But he is so excellent that he has a table outside and we can get your swab today. We can get your swab today. And I know he's looking for some specific families and we will make sure that we find you and escort you to his table. Well, that sounded kind of harsh. No, I mean, we will encourage you to go see Abdil. So the slide that's up right now is an excellent example of why family reference samples are so important. So the beautiful woman up there in the top who's receiving the flag, that is Miss Brenda Brewer. I met Brenda in 2017 at an event just like this in FMU in Charlotte, North Carolina. Her cousin, Lieutenant Fred Brewer, was a Tuskegee Airman who died when his P-51 Mustang that he called Traveling Light crashed after he attempted to rise above the cloud cover during a bombing mission. Unfortunately, he crashed. His body was recovered later, but he had not been identified. And so he was interred, unfortunately, in multiple cemeteries overseas. X-125 was the X number. You all will know what that means later. The X-125 final resting place was Florence American Cemetery. We researched that X file. And as an example, the head researcher is right to your left, my right towards the front. That is Josh Frank. Very, very awesome. Oh, by the way, former Intel analyst, NCO. He researched this case and was able to put it together to the point where we were able to submit it for disinterment. We are not the approval authority for disinterments. We have to go up through Office of the Secretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. The disinterment was approved. So let me back up. I'm getting ahead of myself. The importance of FRS. So Brenda was the family matriarch that kept up with this particular case and was the one that was trying to work the FRS collection in her family. There was a cousin, male, and we needed a male family reference sample, but he refused. Unfortunately, that generation, World War II, African Americans, there were a lot of things going on that weren't so good in the government, like the Tuskegee study on syphilis, the effects of syphilis on African American men. And so he was not giving up his DNA. We didn't have anybody else until Miss Janet Churchill, who is on the right, far right, came into the picture. She is a genealogist that found Clement, who was standing in the back. He's another cousin with the last name of Brewer, Clement Brewer. So she found him between the service casualty office and Miss Jana. They were able to convince him to give us DNA. We were able then to move forward and disinter X-125. We still didn't know that X-125 was definitely Lieutenant Brewer, but we could not disinter it until we had all of the family reference samples. So beautiful story. We disinterred him, ID'd him, and were able to bring home another hero from World War II. Next slide. So that was my last slide that I'm going to talk about. And before I exit the stage, remember that story I just told you. Did I tell you about FRS, how important it is? And please go check in the back. So in all seriousness, thank you so much for attending. I hope to have an opportunity to meet all of you. And I mean that sincerely. You know, I talk about Brenda Brewer. She was someone that I met and I remembered her and she remembered me and we stayed in contact. So thanks again. Write down your questions. Please do not leave here today without having answers to your questions. Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, now it's time for our remembrance ceremony. This is a chance for you to tell about your loved one's story, why you're here, and to help honor your loved one's memory and service to our country. And if I can point you back to our family member update booklet, on the back, if it helps, is a guide for our remembrance ceremony. It's merely a guide. Feel free to share. It's ever in your heart, it's ever on your mind, why you're here today. and about your loved one. And I'll go ahead and call upon folks. Right now, as Mrs. Vern Sumter Winbush mentioned, we have our military intelligence lieutenants and officers in the room today. They're going to be, we have Lieutenant Johnson, Lieutenant Heck, and Lieutenant Cook. They'll be roaming around with mics. So if you have a question, or excuse me, if you want to participate in the remembrance ceremony, please feel free to raise your hand, and one of the young lieutenants will come by and they will pass you the mic. And when I see you have the mic, I will call on you to go ahead and feel free to share your story. Who would like to kick us off? See one right here. You get a mic.
Hi, this is my first event and I think I'm going to be coming to more. My uncle died before I was born. He was in World War II and I was born in the 50s. So here's my story. Corporal Enoch Carl Hinrichs. My uncle Enoch was the fourth of 7 sons born to William and Dora Hinrichs. He was born 4/15/1918, 16 months before my dad, Joel. Although they were second generation Americans, the family spoke German in the home and in church, and they only learned English to go to school, where my grandpa was the teacher. English at home, or German at home, English at school. Enoch and Joe were the best buds. Growing up on a farm with 7 boys was full of hard work and crazy pranks. Enoch joined the Army in February 1941 before Pearl Harbor ever happened. My dad was in his senior year at Iowa State in Ames, Iowa, when he heard that his brother was missing in action. That was February of 1943. He wanted to enlist as quickly as possible, so the college allowed him to graduate early. Within a week after Enoch's death, Dad graduated, then married my mom after a 1-day engagement. And their honeymoon was a trip to basic training and officer candidate school in Norfolk, Virginia. That was 81 years ago yesterday. Uncle Enoch was wounded in battle on 2/15/1943. So he made it 23 months in the service. He was driving a tank that burst into flames, was rescued from that tank and moved into another one, which also caught fire. He suffered a shrapnel wound to his leg that was not supposed to have been life-threatening. He and another soldier, Second Lieutenant H. Randolph Holder, were captured by the Germans, who provided medical care for Enoch's wounded leg. As Enoch was able to speak German, he served as a translator between Second Lieutenant Holder and the German medic. The 2 Americans were then separated. Lieutenant Holder went to the POW camp, and he was surprised that Corporal Enoch Hinrichs never made it to that camp. So he has been missing for 81 years and 9 days. It's my personal opinion, only my personal opinion, that the Germans did not allow him to survive. He should have survived his shrapnel wound to his leg, because since he was able to understand every word they said, they just probably didn't want to take a chance that any military secrets could travel over with him.
Good morning. My name's Sam Stafford. My relationship is I'm the nephew of Doran Samuel Stafford, who was a U.S. Navy corpsman. He was reported MIA north of Wonsan in Korea. And I really appreciate the Department of the Navy and what they're doing for the families.
Good morning, I'm Jed Morrison, the son of Joseph Kessler Morrison. I'm gonna get emotional because Dad was shot down in November 1968. He was flying a reconnaissance mission with a U-2 spy plane. There were two F-4s, and he took a hit. His plane went down. He and his co-pilot, San Francisco, ejected and were alive. Dad radioed in, and they immediately had a rescue team come out and try to locate him. But there was the bad weather, so they basically said, go underground and we'll try the next day. Through the years, we've gotten reports. So they tried to rescue him, but they couldn't do it. San Francisco, they weren't sure what happened to him, but he also ejected. And so but it was a different area. We didn't know for 20 years what happened to Dad, even though he radioed in. And so in 1992, the Pentagon called and said, we have photographs of your dad lying dead in the jungle. It became national news. I don't know if you remember in 1992, but there was a reporter that went over to Vietnam and found in these museums photographs that they didn't know, but the Viet Cong were taking pictures of POWs and also missing in action. So we were presented with these photographs, and they depict Dad. They show Dad lying dead in the jungle. The only thing missing was his boots. They're not gross pictures. And what they did, they laid out all of his things like his wallet, his photograph, ID cards, his money, his pistols, and they laid it on a bamboo mat, and they took pictures of that. They took pictures of a Viet Cong soldier on top of the tail part of the plane. So through the years, we've gotten reports of them locating or trying to find the sites, the crash sites. And so the co-pilot, San Francisco, they recorded. What they did is they interviewed various Viet Cong soldiers, and they got the stories because these men were there. They even met the Viet Cong that shot down the plane. So they captured San Francisco, the co-pilot, and they were carrying him to the enemy camp, and friendly fire hit him and killed him. And so they buried him, but as far as Dad got into a firefight, I might say, and he killed two Viet Cong soldiers, and then they killed him, but they didn't bury him because of the area that he was shot in. It was really rough. So in 1992, again, we received the pictures of Dad. So we're blessed. But what happened too is because Dad was sort of the poster person for the photographs, and this is a God thing. They interviewed my sister and I, and we were on Good Morning America, Ted Koppel Nightline, and various high-profile news people to talk about the whole incident. So we were blessed in that. So I just want to say thank you. In fact, the lady was talking about the excavation teams and everything. And so I read the reports. They have spent hours and hours looking for our servicemen, various dates through the years, and they don't stop. They don't stop. So it is a blessing for our departments doing that. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Grace Gonzalez, and I'm here because of my grandfather, my paternal grandfather, Joe Gonzalez. He was born in 1912 in Mexico, came to this country, was kind of dragged here and went to school here. It's not very clear whether, because he enlisted in 1941. Don't know if that was because of what happened in Pearl Harbor. He was sent to Philippine Islands. He left behind a wife, 4 kids, and one of them was my father. We've come from the reservation of Tanauat Nation. Never really knew anything about him Nobody ever talked about him. Just little stories here and there that we've been picking up. One of the stories that one of our nation's members told us was that he was with him and said that when he got shot, that he continued fighting. He was in his 30s when he died. His anniversary is coming up. March 31st, 1945 is when he was killed. I'm here because for that, I feel like there's a little bit of hope for me and my family to finally put him to rest, to have closure. And I'm very thankful for this program that they have and for contacting my uncle, who's the only surviving member of his children, Theodore Gonzalez. And I continue to pray for all other families here, especially those that couldn't be here and those around the country, that we do really follow that model about never leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of my family, sitting at these two tables and remembering my uncle, Clifford Strickland, who was in the 803rd Engineers and stationed in the Philippines right at the breakout of World War II, and fought in the Battle of Bataan, 4 or 5 defensive lines, as they valiantly fought the Japanese army that was invading without any resupply, without any reinforcements, with about 3 months, 140 some days, and finally surrendered in the Battle of Bataan, which those that know their World War history realize there was a 65-mile forced march back up the peninsula called the Bataan Death March. And my uncle Clifford survived that, but died in July of 1942 at the age of 25 in a Japanese POW camp, and was buried in a grave with, I believe it was 11 of his fellow comrades that died that same day. And I'm here today really to give you hope, because my uncle was just identified in December. Obviously, that would not have been possible without the heroic efforts of the DPAA, but also it would not have been possible without the DNA samples that we gave. Please do that. And if you can, do it today. It's an easy place to do it. It's right out here. So please give that, and that will help them to identify your loved ones and bring them home, like we now get to bury our hero back in Colorado at home. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rob Henrik. I'm here supporting my uncle, Seaman First Class Dayton Rogers, as we called him by Dayton. I was born in 1940. So I grew up with one of these tags in the window from the Veterans of Foreign Affairs. It had a blue star on it, and it changed color. December 7th, 1941. My uncle wrote letters to my mother. He, from the time he went into the service, and he was in Bremerton, and then he transferred to the Arizona and went to Hawaii.
he would write letters at night during the dark out in that magazine that blew up. So I don't really think we're gonna ever recover any of his remains, but because he was stationed right there. But we do support him. I would tell you, I'm accompanied by my wife, Dr. Rosemary Hendrick, who's recently retired from the VA, who had many patients, Tuskegee Airmen, and Pearl Harbor survivors who since died that were in her care. Their names are engraved on that pony wall in the front of the museum. So we keep hoping, but I think there's little chance. Thank you.
John Eastwood. I'm representing my uncle Foster Pease, who was killed in World War II. He was one of 9 children on the Pease farm. And I guess they all joined the military because they thought it would be easier than farming. So Foster and my mother and his other brother David were like the 3 musketeers. They were always getting into trouble. And so when he was killed in France in 1944, it was very hard on my mom, and she worried about him. My grandfather got all the information back about him being killed, and he kept it from the family. He told everybody that he was buried in France in Veterans Cemetery there. So we went for years thinking that. He come from a little small town in Connecticut called Melrose. They have a very small cemetery there. And the people of Melrose erected a flagpole and a monument to my Uncle Foster. And each day, a year on Memorial Day, they hold a flag ceremony and they give honor to all veterans, plus, of course, my Uncle Foster. Like I said, we thought he was buried in France. My Uncle David has a son, and he named him Foster after his brother. And so he was in the Army in Iraq as a chopper pilot. And he visited the cemetery and found out that Foster was listed as missing in action. And so the story changed. And so about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, I was contacted by you folks wanting my DNA. And we got DNA from my cousins so they could try to put together a sampling for the Pease side. And unfortunately, from what I was told, it was not a match. So he's still missing in action. But I received a kind of an account of what he went through in the battle. He went through Normandy. He got there on the 7th after the main battle. And he was killed on the 22nd of June in a little town called Lorey in France. And the account of what happened is terrible. It was a swampy area with a canal and a river and a bridge. And I'm not sure the whole story, but I was just looking at one of the things here. And after the battle, there was 49 of our people killed, 211 wounded, 4 missing, which was my uncle was one of them, one was captured. And then down here, it tells about the German prisoners that they took. And a lot of those prisoners, German prisoners, were SS troops, so they had one heck of a battle. So anyways, I agree about giving the DNA. Without that, they wouldn't be able to at least tell us that it was not my uncle. So I'm still hoping and praying, and I'm the last living relative. I have a photograph of him holding me when I was about 3.5, 4 years old. So that's my memory of him, and I'm sure you all have great stories too. Thank you.
Hello, I'm the niece and my brothers are the nephews of Private Patrick Leo Hennessy, who entered the service in September 18th, 1941 in Gary, Indiana. We're from the region. Our uncle was sent to the Pacific Theater and he was captured in the spring of 1942 by the Japanese. He never married, has no children, but he has us. And I remember our whole lives, my mom, his sister, had a picture of my uncle and his Purple Heart gracing the wall in our living room. So he's never been forgotten. Our uncle, like the gentleman sitting back there, was also part of the Bataan Death March. He survived it. He was shipped to a penal colony. The ship he was on was one of the hell ships that was not marked as a POW transport. It was sunk by friendly fire. He survived that sinking. He was placed on another ship to another penal colony, and that ship sunk. And that ship is the one that the records show that he died that time. But this gentleman, our uncle, survived horrible. Just a horrible last couple of years of his life, but he was a fighter, such a fighter. And thank you to the Department of Defense for doing this. I was lucky enough to attend a briefing in Chicago last year, and I happened to be visiting my brothers here, and we were all able to come. And I said, "Oh, you have to come, you have to come, we have to do it." We've done the DNA. We're hoping we'll find our uncle's remains. So thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hey, it's good to see all faces. I'm proud to stand here for my father, who was shot down, Colonel Harold Taylor. He was shot down June 14th, 1969. I say, and I speak to all of you, it's been 55 years. My father was one of those patriots. He was an old fighter pilot going to Vietnam. And I said, "Daddy, why are you going?" And he said, "For his men and his country. And don't worry, if they shoot me down, they'll bring me home." That was his last words he told my family. My mother is not present because when Daddy was stationed in France, she caught polio in the epidemic and was paralyzed. She caught polio at 27 and was paralyzed for 30 years. And when Daddy was shot down, of course, he was at that time an MIA, missing in action. And we had such hope in 1969 because when the staff car came, my prayer was that my mother had a respirator and she would survive them telling that Dad was shot down on his 81st mission. And she was a fighter like my dad, and she survived that and passed away in 2083. And she believed like us. I continued to fight for her. She was paralyzed. So we started the first organization, the POW-MIA organization in Arizona. My brother traveled. Unfortunately, where Daddy was shot down was Laos. And I think you've all heard Laos is not an easy place to get into. I'm glad I'm speaking because that third mission that they talked about could find evidence of Daddy. They found, he parachuted out and they found clips. And I'm hoping they can keep on with Laos. I am so proud to stand to this organization that you're fighting for all our men and women. And that's why we're here. We're all Americans. Daddy said, I have to go. I have to help those men. He was 47, so he was an older pilot, and all the lieutenants that he trained were there, and he wanted to go to support them. And so I'm glad we have an organization here that supports our men and women. And I thank them very much. And Daddy remains to be missing in action. And when I talked to the gentleman at 10:30, I hope you all put in your prayers that that third party that goes to Laos will continue for my dad. He deserved it like all of your loved ones. I'm so grateful to hear other family members. Most of us have unfortunately died. I'm still here. And I'm still here for my father, Colonel Harold Kaler, who they called Pappy. And they're making a book about Pappy. And certainly your organization will be mentioned because we want him to come home. 55 years, we want that bone, whatever it is, so we can bury him and we have closure. Because that's important to all of you, is closure. And that's what we want. So I want to thank you for listening to me. Thank you for my father. Thank you for all these men and women that stand up and have the courage to talk. So thank you. And don't forget that third mission to Laos is so important. God bless all of you.
Greetings. I was very interested in hearing the stories about the Philippines because I'm here, because my uncle, Sergeant Robert Juvenile, was also in the Philippines. And he was also in the Bataan Death March. And his mother received a notice that he died July 28, 1942. But we know that's not true because he escaped that. And he swam across Manila Bay into the jungles, and he built a crystal radio, and he was heard November 15th, 1943, broadcasting late on night. And it was heard saying, Sergeant Bob Juvenile, 315B Brawley Street, California. I'm all right, mother. I can take it. I'm not a prisoner. We are in the jungles and we are all right. I'm Sergeant Bob Juvenile, 315B Brawley Street. I have the newspaper clippings from the various newspapers across the country that heard him broadcasting. And he was heard twice. And then he was never heard from again. So we have some work to do. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. This is mine and my wife's second family briefing. I'm a specialist, Art Vernon, U.S. Army. I'm here on behalf of my uncle, who is PFC Raymond Vernon. He was known as Sonny to his family. He was from Waldwick, New Jersey. He was a PFC in Echo Company 2nd Battalion, 9th Infantry Division in North Korea, or he died on the DMZ, or was captured on the DMZ on the 21st of July, 1952. He's officially listed as missing in action. My grandmother, after the war, went to Long Island, and she met with one of my uncle's fellow soldiers, who was one of the last people to see him alive. He said that appeared that Sonny had received very serious wounds, and that he was being carried away by enemy soldiers on a litter, and that was the last time that he was ever seen. I just want to thank the outstanding people from the DPAA for their work. And and keep up the good work. And hopefully we'll get my uncle home and we'll get him buried. And again, like she said, well, our family will have closure. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jan Curran. I'm here with my husband, Mike, and my daughter, Dina. We're here representing my father, Lieutenant Charles Garrison. He flew missions in Korea. He was shot down, his plane caught fire, and he had to bail out over enemy territory on May 18th, 1951. And I'm 76 now, so he's been gone since I was 3 years old. And I've been coming to these meetings since the 90s. So I want to say thank you to DPAA for continuing this, and I hope the disinterments in the punch bowl go quicker than they have been. Because I would really like to have this off my chest in my lifetime so that I don't have to pass it down to my daughter. Thanks.
Good morning. This is a picture of my great uncle, Master Sergeant Charles Albert Falk. At 14, he enlisted in the Navy. And so when they found out how old he was booted out. And then he later enlisted with the U.S. Army. He served in World War II, and then he went to Korea. So while in Korea, he was serving as an observer for the 81mm mortar platoon attached to Company K, 3rd Battalion, 5th Regimental Combat Team, attached to the 24th Infantry Division in Korea. So he was killed in North Korea, just below the Chinese border. He was calling for mortar fire when he was struck, and he was injured. However, he didn't go to the aid station. Instead, he stayed there supporting his fellow soldiers. It was later found that he did die. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for his bravery. And so thank you for letting me share this. It's been part of my family. My grandmother passed away without knowing what happened to her brother. And so I'm here to represent the Falk family, and I thank you for your time.
Hello, I feel honored to be amongst all you good people. I'm here because of my brother. Picture of him. His name is Vern Ray Saye Jr. He was born the 28th of April, 1940, the same year I was born. I was born in He was born 28th April 1920. He was born in 40. Is that right? The same year he enlisted. He went into the Army Air Corps. His death was January 9th, 1945 at the age of 24. There's a memorial in Manila, the Philippines, with his name on it. I tried to do some research during the 80s, and then I went back to work, and then I got involved in ancestor hunting, and I gave my DNA. And I had after my mother died, I had a headstone put on our family grave in Hutchinson, Kansas. And these good folks found me. When genealogists found me because of the headstone. And they took my DNA and called me. And I told them that Vern and I had different mothers. My father had been married before, and that I didn't. My mitochondria wouldn't work anyway. He needed the Y chromosome. So I told him about my brother who had died, my other brother, younger brother. And then they contacted my nephew, who I had previously talked into giving some DNA to ancestors.com. Anyway, he was a private he joined and they sent him almost immediately to the Philippines. 8 hours after Pearl Harbor was attacked, the Philippines were attacked. And he fought, I guess they fought for 5 months against the Japanese there before they were taken. They ran out of food, they ran out of ammunition. He was taken at Bataan. He went through that death march. He survived all that. Then they were sending our boys to Japan and what they call the death boats or death ships or something. It reads here, this is from Find a Grave. Burns Saye was one of 1,622 Japanese prisoners of war boarded on the Okawa Maru at Manila. The ship sailed and was bombed at Subic Bay, Philippine Islands. The POWs were shot at by Japanese soldiers as they swam to shore. The surviving POWs were boarded onto a second ship, the Anaru Moro, these Japanese words, which reached Takeo Formosa. For a while in the harbor, the ship was bombed on January 9th, 1945, resulting in the deaths of many POWs. They were buried in a mass grave on the island. My father got two death notices, one for each bombing or each death ship he was on. His mother and my parents, his mother and her husband and my parents were constantly in contact with one another. I've got lots of letters from them. He had 2 other sisters by his mother, and I have 3 sisters and another brother. So he had quite a family, but some of us he didn't get to see. Anyway, he named me, so I got that. I think that's about all I want to say. He's memorialized on a stone in Manila. All those, the Red Cross kept good track of them, as good as they could with the Japanese information. So I think that's about all I got to say.
Morning, my name is Jeff Farmer, and I am the grandson of Roy Eugene Farmer, who served in the Navy during World War II. My dad and my 2 brothers were unable to attend today. But on June 19th, 1944, my grandpa's ship, the LST 523, struck a German mine off the coast of France just 2 weeks after D-Day, and my grandpa went down with it. A few months later, my grandma received a letter from a friend of his who survived, and according to him, my grandpa had just finished his shift and was below deck in the mess hall when the blast occurred. And that would have put him directly above the explosion. So we know that the chances of recovering any remains are slim, but who knows? He was 20 years old. My dad was 13 months old. And my grandma used to say that June 19th was a bittersweet date for her, because it was on that date, 1944, she lost her first husband. But also it was on June 19th, 1964, 20 years to the day, that her first grandchild, yours truly, was born. So anyways, it's an honor to be here and to hear these stories. And I kind of feel a kinship, with everybody here.
Morning. It has been exciting to hear all these stories. I never thought I would be in a place like this, because my uncle was killed at the very beginning of World War II. And I always heard the story from my mother that she was so sad that they never knew where he was buried in the Philippines. He died in January. At my briefing, they said they think the 28th. of 1941, right, 42, right at the beginning of the war. And he had been in the Philippines. He was in an air squadron, is that correct? And the Japanese destroyed all the airplanes there, like just a few hours after they did Pearl Harbor. So I'm finding out more information all the time. My mother didn't talk about it much. I don't know how much she knew. But my uncle was a twin, and he had an identical twin brother, and they both were in the war together. And when Ray was killed, they all said, well, boy, better watch his step, because, you know, with twins, sometimes similar things happen. But my uncle lived to be 90 and was buried maybe 5 years ago in Santa Fe in the military cemetery. So my prayer is that they will find Ray's remains, and maybe he can be buried next to his brother, his twin brothers. They were so identical. They used to trade dates in college. One of them took an ROTC marksman test, went around the corner of the building. This is at New Mexico A&M at the time, now New Mexico State. And then he came back with his brother's name tag and took another test for his brother. And the judge said, this is amazing. You and your brother had exactly the same score. So there were some funny stories, but during the war, an officer saw my Uncle Roy, who lived through the war, and thought it was Ray. He turned white. He said, I thought you died in the Philippines. They looked that much alike. So, and I was named after him. I'm Nancy Ray. So this is kind of special. I never thought I'd be here. This is exciting.
All right, we're coming up on break. We have time for one more.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mallory McNeil, and I'm here with my father, William McNeil, and we're here looking for Second Lieutenant William Henderson McNeil. He died August 1st, 1943, unfortunately 1 month before his first and only child was born. And I just want to say thank you to absolutely every single person in this room. This is not a generational search. This is a multi-generational search. So not only to thank you to those fathers, the daughters, the sons, but to the great nephews, to the great nieces, to the great grandchildren who are here representing and who are here trying to get our service people home, because they deserve nothing less. Thank you for continuing to say their names. Thank you for continuing to be here and represent. Thank you for bringing your families. And guys, keep hope, because they are coming. And if they stay there, their spirits are here with us, and that's okay. But here's to Second Lieutenant William Henderson McNeil, and you will come home. Every single person here believes that, and I'm praying for every single person here with you. We love you all. Enjoy your break.
My fault. We had one more. Sorry.
Oh, darn. I thought I was going to get away with that, having to speak. But good morning. I'm very happy to be here to honor the memory of my mother. And I'm here with my sister and my cousin. His loss was such a heavy loss to our family that growing up, we could feel it. And that's, why we're here today. So I'm so grateful and happy for this organization or department and what they do. My uncle is Basil Norman Jr. He was in 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marine Division, and he fought in the first wave against the Japanese on Tara Atoll. And if anybody knows anything about that war, the Japanese were heavily embedded. It was the U.S. Marines had a heavy loss in the first hours of that battle. And my uncle was in the first wave. He was awarded the Silver Star and a Purple Heart for his bravery. He managed to silence a machine gun nest, and his sacrifice allowed the Marines to move forward. He was eventually killed by a Japanese citizen. So thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for what you do and for everybody being here and representing your families too. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone for sharing, who was able to share. Let's give them all a round of applause again. Before we go into break, let's go ahead and I know we just gave a round of applause, but let's also give a moment of silence, if you don't mind. Bow our heads. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and reconvene in about 15 minutes, so please be back in the room at 10:45. Replenish with some pastries, refreshments, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. I didn't turn those on. Sorry. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started in 1 minute. If you can hear me from the outside, feel free to come back in, bring your pastries and refreshment. We'll go ahead and get started in 1 minute. All right, if everyone can take their seats, please. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and go into our next set of briefings. We have 4 of them before we go into our Q&A session. Reminder that you have the surveys in your packet. If you can go ahead and please fill those out, preferably after each speaker and presentation, and we'll go ahead and collect those from you at the end of today's briefings. First up is we're going to have a great presentation. It's our day in the life of a field team from our panel here. And I'd like to introduce Army Captain Stephen Bracken, Army Sergeant First Class Michael Choco, and Dr. Clive Vela, all of DPAA.
Well, thank you guys. I'm not used to speaking with a mic, so if you can't hear me, please let me know. But yes, we're very honored to be here. It's not often that we get to speak to the families and meet face to face. So thank you guys so much for your participation in this. Today, just the quick agenda of what we're going to go over, kind of the roles and responsibilities of the 3 of us as a team leader, a team sergeant, and an SRE or scientific recovery expert. Kind of the process we go through pre-mission, the work on site, what life is like for us when we're not on site but still in country. And then kind of the end process. What happens when we find something? How do we leave the country? And then what are those host nation relations like? So as I said, my name is Captain Bracken. I've been with the agency for a little over a year. I've been able to do 3 missions through Southeast Asia and Papua New Guinea. And every mission is unique and definitely a unique challenge. But I'll let the rest of the team introduce themselves real quick. Mike?
You hear me? All right. I'm Sergeant First Class Chilcote. I'm the team sergeant with Captain Bracken. I've been with DPA for 3 years now. Laos, Vietnam, Germany, and Panama, mostly in the Asia area. That's about it. I'm me.
And good morning. My name is Dr. Clive Vela. I'm a scientific recovery expert. I work with the Scientific Analysis Directorate, and I'm actually embedded within a multidisciplinary team in the Europe Mediterranean Regional Directorate. So I assist historians and researchers and analysts and planners to get missions out the door to identify sites and recover your loved ones in the European area.
Great. So jumping right into kind of the planning process, if you will. So anywhere from 3 months to a year out, the team, we'll go ahead and call it the triangle or triad of leadership, the team leader, team sergeant, and SRE, will get assigned to a case. And at that point, we go ahead and do as much research as we can. So we'll open the file, look through, see that little glimpse into who we're looking for. So we get a small personal connection to the case, and then start looking deeper for our planning purposes on what's the terrain like, what's going on in the country at the time. As Ms. Sumter Winbush said, what season are we going there? And that way we can do the logistical planning for this. So we'll sit down together, the three of us, and if we need a specialist, if we're doing an underwater mission or a mountain mission, we'll bring that mountaineer, that diver, sit down and come up with the equipment list and personnel list we're going to need for this mission. And through this process, we're also coordinating things with the DC office, with the host nation country, and any partners that we need to work with. Excuse me. For this, the driving factor behind it is while there's the team leader, team sergeant that overall are in charge of a mission, the SRE is in charge of the actual recovery operation here. So during the planning process, he is generally guiding us, or he or she is generally guiding us with what steps we're going to need, what equipment we're going to take, and what people we need. Because when we leave, what we have personnel and equipment wise is generally what we're going to have for the mission. So shortly before we head out on mission, before we deploy, we'll bring in our, we call them STIAs, short-term individual augmentees. These are other US personnel from around the world that come in and assist us on our missions to do these recoveries. Bring them in on part of the team, palletize all of our equipment, so load it all onto massive cargo pallets, and we'll go ahead and fly out to whatever country we're going to on a military aircraft. That way we can take as much as we can, personnel and equipment wise with us. Now this could be anywhere from a 9-hour flight to being on the plane for 21, 24 hours, depending on where we're going. I don't always get to get off the plane, but during this time, we're generally trying to sleep as much as we can. So when we get to that location, get to that country, Southeast Asia, for instance, then we can hit the ground running. So as soon as we get boots on the ground, we'll go ahead and link up with the embassy team, the DPA team, and the advanced team we have, get the latest and greatest info from them, what the weather is, what the terrain is, link up with our host nation partners, is in pretty much every country we work in. We're there as a partner of the host nation government or an agency within that country, and they'll go ahead and guide us to the site so we can begin work. Once we get to that site, that's generally where, as a team leader and team sergeant, we'll go ahead and hand the process off to that scientific recovery expert to lead that excavation. So, Dr. Vella, you want to run through a little bit of that part?
Sure. So absolutely. So say we are on a site, and no matter how many times you have a sense of a deja vu, no site is ever the same, right? This is worth keeping in mind, because how do you tackle so much globally and do it in an objective, scientific, rational, forensic way that ensures that when we have the results, and we present the results to you, these are the correct results, that we can look back and say, this was what was done, it was done this way, and therefore you know that the work was undertaken in an appropriate manner. But how do you do that when no site is ever the same? So for the scientific analysis, the laboratory that we have, one thing that we do during our training and our actual day-to-day work is you have a certain methodology in the back of your head, and you would try to apply it. You want to tackle a site in an objective manner, which is to say, first, let's identify the extent of a site. If we're talking about an aircraft crash location, right? We need to know how far does it stretch. For a World War II site, it could be 30 meters, 40 meters. For a Vietnam site, it could be hundreds of meters, several miles. It depends on what happened, where, and how. So all of that will be covered both before we get there, because of course, you typically have a field investigation that goes out, talks to the witnesses, locates sites of interest, and earmarks it for recovery. But even when you get there at the recovery stage, you want to relook that data yourself. Again, this is checks and checks and checks and checks to make sure we're doing this right. But also sometimes things change. I'll give you an example. A house might be built. A farmer decided that instead of tilling 30 centimeters, he's going to till 1 meter down because soil is not yielding. So that will change a little bit things when you get to the location. You're like, man, it doesn't look like anything that I've seen on the pictures or any of the documentation that was done before me. So you still need to do that site survey when you get there. You're going to use a variety of techniques. The basics are the basics because they tend to work, right? So if you start with the basics, you got your metal detectors, you've got your EODs with you, you're gonna look at the site and you're gonna go and try and identify the concentration which makes the most sense to start excavating that. That's, in the meantime, is of course, there's setup being done in the background, and of course, as Captain Brackett, I like that. You describe it as almost a triangle type relationship, right? What I do is an impact how the site is going to be set up, how the team is going to infill and exfil. So all of that needs to be a concurrent conversation. And the best I can explain it is that the first day or two that you're out there on a site, it's a little chaotic. I like the chaos still. But I'm trying to do my part to not hold their part up, but they're also doing their part not to hold my part up. So you can see, you know, when things are going well and everyone likes each other, fantastic. But you want to do it in a good and proper way because you want to set up one time, you have 45 days, 60 days. We're going to work every day if we can. So completing that site survey in the beginning is going to be critical. Do it right, do it once. If you're a woodworker, right, it's like measure twice, cut once. It's kind of the same idea here. So after that, you're going to start going into the setup part. I've done my survey. I think I'm going to start digging right here. What I do is I establish a grid system, which sounds complicated, but it's really not. This is the ABCs of archaeology. Because we want to make sure that we can tell you we're done, what was found, what was not found, where was it found. Having a spatial grid system will allow me to record it. So I can say, oh yes, absolutely. We got a metal right here and we got something from over there. If I start digging in random holes, which sometimes happens when third parties or local to the site to start looking around, it creates chaos. It's archaeology. You want to make sure to tackle it in a spatial way to do it right. So a grid is established. We are talking all the time and we're like, all right, you feel good about this part. Let's start digging.
Just I'll actually go ahead, call Mike in for just a minute. There's a few pictures on site setup on this slide and the next slide. So Mike, you want to just talk that part a little bit?
Yeah, so once we get there, usually every morning, the three of us will sit down, have about 20 cups of coffee, get the plan for the day. And once Clive figures out where we're going to actually excavate, they'll give me the boundaries of where I can set up our screening station. If we're going to do wet screen versus dry screen, we have some photos so you can see it. All depending on the situation. So we use his expertise. He tells us what he wants, and then we get everyone out there and execute. Typically, for those of you in the military, an E7 and a captain, our job is usually stand there, drink coffee. But on these missions, it's not. So everybody has a specific specialty that they're there for, and everybody works. So it's tough. You know, sometimes we're climbing mountains, rappelling. You know, I got Army knees, but we're still out there doing it every single day. So it's really great thing to do. On the left side, you can see water. That's our wet screening station. And basically we use water if that's what he wants to help screen off the material that we're running through our screening systems. And it helps us to be able to identify what's in there. And as we're screening, everything that's in that screen gets put into a bucket. And I think he's going to go over that in a bit. But it all goes on to him. So we don't decide what it is. He's the expert. And he goes through it and meticulously looks at and documents everything that's in there. We take medical really serious. A lot of these countries we're in, we don't have a quick medical evac. So, you know, beans, bullets, and Band-Aids is my job. So I just got to make sure we have a good medical plan. We run through rehearsals. You can see in that top right side, that's Captain Bracken running through medical rehearsal on our last mission. But we always do these rehearsals just so we know how we're going to get somebody out in the event we do take an injury, but we're pretty good at what we do.
Yeah, so I know Sergeant Chilcote hit on a lot of this, but in the actual screening process is the science behind this and is run by the SRE. So Clive, can you talk a little about the screening process and wet versus dry screening for us?
Sure, and that's actually something I should have referred to. Thank you. Again, because no site is ever the same, you need to apply consistent methods. If you just think of the basic composition of soil, there's sandy soil, there's clay soils, and then there's in between, right? There's so many mixes that you can be faced with. Because what we're looking for is most critically accuracy. We want to make sure that we don't miss anything ever. This is a moral imperative type mission. You can't just assume that everyone did their right due diligence. We want to ensure that the screening system has been set up in a way where, first of all, any bucket we have always goes on top of a 1/4-inch mesh screen, which is pretty small. When you think about it. The way we screen that soil material goes, it's either dry or wet. And what we mean by that is, ideally, if we're talking about ideal conditions, if I have a sandy soil, I can put that sandy soil through a dry screen, just shake that screen, and then we're going to look over all the rocks, hopefully all the possible evidence, and gravity does all the work for you. Now, if I get clay soil, I don't know if it's a conspiracy, but most of my sites have been clay soil over the last 7 years. You end up having to add water to it because you can try to push clay soil through a dry screen. It will not work. It's going to slow us down. So accuracy is the key, but doing it the right way, the fast way, is also important for this mission. So if I do it with a dry screen, we're going to be doing a few buckets every hour. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for us. It's not acceptable to you. So what the wet screen does is we have a high pressurized system using typically recycled water that shoots down on top of the screen. And if you have this really tough clay soil, it allows the soil to separate from anything that's not the soil, right? So including rocks, possible evidence. So when we do the site survey, when we do even in the planning process, what we're going to be looking at very attentively is, do I need a dry screening setup or a wet screening setup? Now, sometimes my hands are tied. I can't do a wet screening setup. I'm on the side of a mountain. There's no creek nearby. I'm going to have to use the dry screening setup. I'm going to do this. If you think about it in the European Union world, where there's pollution laws, where there might be gray water issues, sometimes the local authority might say, no, you're not allowed to take water and put it back in a stream. That's going to pollute our waters. So I might have to use a dry screening setup. So there's the ideal condition versus the real world condition, which will dictate a little bit on what we have to use in terms of screening. But yes, we train everyone, even if they're short-term occupancy, on what they're looking for. So it's not just about pushing those buckets through the screens as fast as possible. And even if you're not sure, put it in a bucket. I'll get to it at the end of every shift. And as Sergeant Perspex pointed out, meticulously make sure that we're separating the possible evidence from the non-evidence.
Yes, and also as Sergeant Chilcote said, or alluded to earlier, that everyone works. I know this slide talks about a bucket brigade. So on the top right there, you see one of our augments, he's a lieutenant colonel and he's an infectious disease doctor, but he's in the middle of what we call a bucket brigade or bucket line, because on site, if the doc isn't doing medical things, if the mountaineer isn't tying a rope, then everyone is all hands on deck. We're screening, you're digging, or you're passing buckets. So a bucket brigade can be as small as like 5 or 10 people, or we've gotten over 100 people in a bucket brigade just to get all that dirt, all that sediment and potential evidence from wherever we dug, up or down across the terrain to wherever we can set up a screening station. As Dr. Vela said, kind of wherever the terrain allows. But at this point, we'll go ahead and kind of transition a little to the off-site activities and field life. So field life for us, you're either living in we call it a guest house somewhere, or you're living in a base camp. So if you're in the middle of the jungle in Laos, you might be at a base camp. Some of the pictures, or actually all the pictures here of base camp life. And there's definitely a difference in dynamics, team dynamics, and life dynamics based on what type site you're at. So, Sergeant Chilcote, you want to talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, so when we figure out where we're going to go, we do planning. Like you said, we spend months and months planning these missions out. So once we figure out where we're going, what site we're going to, my job is to figure out, are we going to be living in hammocks or are we going to be in the Taj Mahal? We're never in the Taj Mahal. So once we figure out our location, we have a design of how we set up a base camp. We try to take gym material out there. cards, stuff for downtime, but there's no internet, there's no cable TV. It's actually really nice because the team becomes a team. Instead of everybody going back to the hotel, they go to their rooms in separate ways. In my opinion, base camping is ideal for the mission. Okay, good, next slide. So the conditions always change. Sometimes we can't take weather into account of going on a mission. So I've been on some where it rained all day, every day. So wet screening was possible because we were wet all day. We've had snow, had to break ground through frozen material, but we get in when we can. It's just something to deal with. Nobody complains though. It's the only time I've been in the military where a private isn't complaining because they don't have nothing to do or whatever. Everyone is enjoying what they're doing. Like it's really a rewarding job.
Yeah, and to that, with it being great for a team to actually live in the field together, you get some weird experiences that you don't normally get, especially things you don't think about in the States. So we were at a base camp in Southeast Asia, just like the one on the left there. And you can see the platforms are elevated, which is great, keeps us a little hotter or a little warmer or a little cooler based on the season. But things can also live under there. So we had one night that a cobra popped up. That was a unique experience. Luckily, our host nation counterparts came running. And not only did they come and say, hey, we're here, we're going to keep you safe, they said, cobra is actually pretty good to eat. So a couple days later, so we never saw the cobra again, as far as we know, but a couple days later, they were cooking snake. So it's just, we'll talk a little about those host nation relationship building things later, but you get some interesting experiences while you're doing these missions. Anything can taste like chicken when you've been in the jungle for 40 days. But as far as what happens when we find something, this is the exciting part. This is what we all kind of dream of on a mission, of reaching in that bucket, reaching in that screen and pulling something out that we can give to a family or give to that SRE or the DNA lab to try to identify. So just want to talk about that process, what happens after you.
Yeah, the lighthearted nature aside of, having this wonderful chat with you all, I remind myself every day, if I can, in moments where maybe things aren't going right and maybe I'm having a bad time or maybe my spouse is having a bad time over those 2 months, I tell myself this is not about me. And you come face to face with that when you finally happen to find something as a team. And it's a unique moment. It's a moment that you hope you get every minute that you're doing that activity out there. Of course, that's somewhat practically impossible, but when you find something, you have to remind yourself of a couple of things. First, the reality of the mission, but then very quickly after that is ensuring the security of the evidence, right? It would be an absolute tragedy and completely against the forensic principles that this agency holds itself to have found something and then that thing falls on the ground and you can't find it. God forbid, that's not how this is supposed to happen. So we take it very seriously on the screens. Yes, we'll have the field life aspect, the attempt that you're looking to gain a camaraderie with your partners during that time that you're out there. But once you find something, and you can be yourself while you're screening, and you call me over, or you call anyone from the leadership or any of the other subject matter experts who are out there, or it might be once I take what people have put in the buckets right next to them, I take it usually to a different station just to go over everything. Because like I said, it might be a rock, but why not take a second and third look at it? It's important to do that. That's where my training kicks in, is to be able to distinguish between what is not evidence and what is possible evidence. Once we establish that something is going to be, that we found an item that we're going to call evidence, it needs to go back home. And because we have to maintain this forensic standard, it's going to be secured at all times. It's going to go in a bag. It's going to get completely closed. It's labeled. It's placed in a secured container that is going to go back and forth to the site with you every day. It's going to get locked, double locked even in a trunk if you're not standing right next to it. And finally, that you have that ability to have a list in front of you and the items which you secure that will make it back home. So the first human element is everyone in the team gets to see what the results that are being achieved are. It's very important to do that because there are missions where sometimes it takes many weeks. Sometimes you don't get to find anything. But when you have that moment, appreciate it and secure it because that is how we get it. Right?
Yeah, and on that, just kind of transitioning towards the not only the end of our time with you, Brandon's talk, but the end of our time on a site. I'm starting to choke. You want to just talk a little closing site activities and how we exit the country.
Yeah, so everything that we set up to operate, we obviously have to remove. We try to be good stewards of the country and clean everything up. There's some missions that we even take stuff that you shouldn't take. You know, you can't leave any waste, all trash, everything comes back with us. Our supplies, we'll have a supply NCO with us. His whole purpose in life is to make sure every shovel's accounted for. We have guards on our stuff all night long. So we gather it all up, clean it, because we're obviously taking it across international borders. We got to scrub the dirt off. If you ever had to deploy or anything, it's not fun, but we do it. We enjoy it, and we smile while we're doing it. Pack it all up, throw it in some pallets, and shove it into a C-17, and head back home. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and so what you kind of see on the top right there is before we leave the site as well, based on the archaeologist or anthropologist guidance, we'll do some sort of closing activity of sandbagging or bracing walls. That way, if we need to come back to that site, then we can come back and the next team can pick up exactly where we left off instead of trying to waste a little bit of time and redig that dirt. So as best we can, we close out those sites. So we are able to come right on back. And then at the end of a mission, I know we don't have a picture up here at the moment, but at the end of the mission, we try to do a repatriation ceremony. So we'll have our team as well as the embassy and potentially local government, local military, other workers who helped us do a repatriation, a send off for those remains of that evidence, kind of farewelling it from that country and welcoming it back to United States soil when we get it back on that aircraft. And so you can kind of see the aircraft life at the end of a mission after 40, 60 days. Everyone is ready to sit down on that aircraft and whip out a hand.
Who's flown on a C-17 in here? Okay, it's unreal when you can put a hammock up on an airplane and sleep. It's the greatest sleep you ever get in your life.
It is. While the hammocks are great, there is no food service and there's one bathroom. But so our final thing here is just the relationship building with our host nations, because we do come into these countries at either the behest of the government or with their permission. We try as best we can to maintain those great policy relationships, those great personal relationships with our counterparts and the local workers. So at the end of the mission, if we don't need something like a bucket, well, it might not be easy for that farmer in Vietnam to get a bucket like that. So we'll go ahead and hand out some of that equipment as a gesture of goodwill. So again, when we finish that mission, we're welcome back into the country. And then you see there too, if we have any free time when we finish up for the day, we do like to get out and about, just kind of spread the word. Maybe someone will let us know, hey, there was a bone I saw. But kind of spread the word and interact with the population in some way, shape, or form. But I think that is all the time we have. Thank you guys so much. If you have any questions for us other than the Q&A, please find us out and about. It is our pleasure to be here. And,
I appreciate that, Captain Bracken. I just wanted to add one last thing to the end. I'm Captain Joe Matson. I have done investigative team leader. I'm also the lead Southeast Asia Vietnam War planner, and I truly appreciate everything you guys have done. And I wanted to give a special shout out to veteran in the back, Jeff. If you can raise your hand, Jeff. We all talked about how this is truly a generational and never leaving someone behind. Jeff came with me on a mission last year to Laos and went back and put on his boots and hiked the Lao countryside to find his fallen comrade that he wasn't able to recover from his the firefight. So I truly appreciate what you're doing. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Jeff for truly being our mission and going back and helping.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Our next speaker will talk about our recovery and ID process. She is the lab manager from the Offutt Lab in Offutt Air Force Base, and she's part of our Scientific Analysis Directorate. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Carrie Ann Brown.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited to tell you about all of the things that we do in the lab to get to that identification. First, I will mention that I'm a lab manager at the Nebraska facility. I was previously the project manager for the USS Oklahoma. Prior to that, I was an analyst and SRE, so recovery anthropologist in Hawaii. And prior to that, I was a researcher in Hawaii. So I've run the gamut across both labs. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. If you see me, I wore this red dress. I'm really easy to find in this dress. So if you have any questions, I'm really happy to talk to you and answer any questions. What I'm going to do in the next half hour is just walk through what happens after the field. So you just heard about a day in the life and what goes on in the field. So really quickly talk about field operations, talk about what we do in the lab, the ID process, and then end talking about some of our special projects, which many of you here today probably have loved ones who are we're working on identifying them in one of our special projects. So we'll start out first with field. I looked right at the camera when that happened. Oh boy. Okay. So in our field operations, there are two different ways that we bring items into the lab. So evidence would include skeletal evidence, so bones or teeth. And we also bring in material evidence, so items of non-biological evidence that a person might have had on or near them at the time of their death. So some examples of those are ID tags or life support items like parachutes, things like that are non-biological. So when we get remains or evidence in the lab, they're coming from either archaeological recoveries or disinterment of unknowns. So for our archaeological recoveries, as you just heard, those are being conducted all over the world. They're being informed by research that we do both internally and externally, and they are a multidisciplinary team with many specialists led in the field portion by a scientific recovery expert. So that's an SRE. SREs are generally anthropologists and archaeologists, and those are folks like me that are trained in doing excavations as well as analyzing the human skeleton. And I would say back in the day when I did that, but now I've traded bones for phones and I manage all the processes inside the lab. So that's one way that we can get remains and evidence in the lab. Another way is that we disinter unknowns. And so some of you may be familiar with the Punch Bowl or the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. There are unknowns there, generally marked with an X number. That is an unknown set of remains, usually from World War II and Korea. We also have unknowns buried in American battle monument cemeteries across the globe. So for example, Normandy in Europe. And so those are places that through our comprehensive disinterment program, we will actually do research. And once we reach a certain threshold of DNA samples, family reference samples, we'll be able to disinter those unknown remains. So archaeology is essentially controlled destruction. If you've ever dug a hole in your yard, if you try to fill it back in, you end up with too much or not enough dirt, right? Once you've taken it out, it's very hard, I would say impossible, to get the soil in exactly as you've done it. So as we're doing our archaeological recoveries all over the world, we are looking very closely at documentation and understanding the spatial relationships as we bring things out of the ground. And so that is relationships between items that are being recovered. So for example, a really good example, if you can imagine, is a foot in a boot. So have foot bones in a boot, that's a relationship. but also relationship to that boot in the environment. Where are we finding that boot in relation to other items? Where are we on the globe? How has the site changed? As you can imagine, especially when we're talking about World War II, 80 years, there have been a lot of transformation processes. So how has that changed? And what is the dirt? What is the sediment telling us about all of those things that have changed? Maybe a possible burial feature, a plane crash. I always say it's like taking a giant piece of graph paper and we're laying it down, and it's almost never flat. Lots of times we have lots of topography to deal with, and we're documenting each square of that graph paper as we go through so we can maintain those relationships that we're seeing. I like this slide because it's like, what are we looking at? And so as an archaeologist or an anthropologist, we're actually looking at what we're seeing in a soil profile. So the wall of a unit that we've dug, and we're actually looking at various parts of it that now are much easier to see with these lines, to look at features and look at incident layers. So for example, there's a topsoil layer above that first yellow line. Then we actually have an incident layer where we have materials related to our incident. And that skinny yellow line, lines along the bottom are once you've gone past the incident, something we would call incident sterile soil. And so we're looking at those types of things on a site to see how deep we should excavate, how wide we should excavate, and figure out what kind of evidence we can recover from that site. So we also look at soil changes. So the previous would be an example of an aircraft crash. Here we're looking at differences in soil color and an outline of a possible burial location. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to see the differences, but that's what we're looking at. And then I'll go to the next one. And there you have that burial feature. So differences in soil color, you have an outline of a burial. And that's the kind of thing that we're looking for in the case of a burial site. Here's a great example of that graph paper. And so on the right of the slide, you will see the actual map that the SRE produces in terms of mapping the entire site in where it is on the globe and the relationships of items recovered to each other. And so you have all of those things mapped out as you're going along. So we maintain, as Clive mentioned, we maintain that provenience, that where items came from. And when they come back to the lab, we keep that at all times. We know where the remains came from, and then it's mapped out. And so that's another end of site picture there. And you could see sort of the vast expanse of that particular site. Not everyone is lost in the same environment. And so we have to have tools and techniques for each specific site. Sometimes we'll use mechanical excavation where we can. Lots of times it's shovels and buckets. Sometimes we use dry screens, which is simply shaking the sediment through a screen. Sometimes we use wet screens where we harness the power of water. And sometimes we are underwater. So in addition to all of our terrestrial archaeologists, we have a team of underwater archaeologists that do the same thing with the grid underwater. Of course, we have limitations to how deep we can safely go, but it's a similar process. So I'll skip back to disinterments of unknowns. And so unknowns are typically represented by an X file, an unknown file. And in order to bring the remains into the lab, we're looking at primary source documentation. So historians, researchers, anthropologists, and dentists or odontologists are looking at all of that documentation to try to create a short list. So I always use an example of 10. We say, for example, these unknown remains are possibly related to 10 individuals lost in the same area these remains were recovered. Historian comes up with the list. The anthropologist looks at the list and says, oh, these two individuals, based on the historical documentation of the unknown remains, these two individuals are too tall to be these remains. So we cross 2 off the list. And then a dentist looks at the list and says, oh, these 2 sets of remains can't be him because the dental doesn't match up. So we end up 10 minus 2 minus 2. We end up with 6 on our short list. And then that is the point that we start comparison from if the remains do come into the lab. We can only compare when we have the necessary antemortem data. Antemortem simply means before death. So those include things like your dental records, your medical records, and it also includes the DNA family reference samples. So we compile that information of antemortem prior to bringing the remains in the lab. And then, of course, we are disinterring from multiple cemeteries, including the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific and American Battlefield Monuments Commissions worldwide. And also, it's not on the slide, but the Manila American Cemetery and Memorial is another. Okay, so what happens, that's the field, what happens when the remains come into the lab? So recovered evidence, including remains, and of course, those non-biological items like material evidence are accessioned with the DPA laboratory. On the left, you see our lab at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, and on the right, you see our lab at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. So we are accredited by ANAB. All of that long thing says ANAB. And that means through our accreditation that we are doing the best possible work that we can for you, the families that are missing. And so we have really rigorous protocols, and we are visited every 5 years to do a reaccreditation to make sure we're doing the best we possibly can in our laboratory analyses. Both labs have really similar setups. Both labs run special projects, and both labs do a lot of the same analyses, the exception being isotopes are only performed currently in the Hawaii facility. But otherwise, we do all of the same thing, the same support staff to work the cases through. So we talked about this a little bit, so I won't go too much into it, but archaeology does play a part in the identification because, again, of that controlled recovery and the spatial, the recognition of the spatial relationships. And so that is then carried through into our lab analyses. So we know, for example, that if a foot bone was found in a boot, that those two items are related, and we bring that through. Material evidence is a broad class of items that can include things like military issued gear, but it can also include personal items and identifying media. So things like dog tags or a ring with an inscription, glasses with a particular prescription lens in them, or a badge specific to a person's job in the military. So it can provide information about the loss incident, an aircraft crash or ground loss, for example. And it can also provide information unique to a specific individual. So you have ID tags, they could be tied to a specific person. The thing about material evidence is that it's not always 100% related to that person. So I always use an example of a case that we did a couple of years ago, where we had a wallet of a particular service member with the ration card of another service member. So at some point, one had borrowed and the other's ration, maybe borrowed, maybe took. I don't not making any assumptions about how the ration card made it into the wallet. But that is then discordant or kind of confusing when you're looking at the different lines of evidence. So it's supporting, but we'll never make a scientific identification on a piece of material evidence because someone can easily lend something to someone else or something can be borrowed. Forensic anthropology is all of the analyses that we do with skeletal remains. So, for example, is what we have bone. Sometimes we're out in the field, we're recovering lots of items, maybe from an aircraft crash site, and we need to make sure first that we're even dealing with bone. Sometimes you get, Southeast Asia is a really good example. Burned bamboo can really trip you up. It looks very small and can look like bone. So that may be one of our first questions. Are we looking at bone? If we are looking at bone, are we looking at human bone? Because we are working on identifying U.S. service members. So sometimes specifically middle-sized mammals like pigs, sometimes cows can get mixed in. And so it's our job to sort that out and remove that from consideration. After we figure that out and we have human bone, how many people do we have? Sometimes we have a disinterment of an unknown and we have one person, and there's a one-for-one comparison that we can make. And you'll see in a later slide, sometimes we have much more complicated scenarios, as in the case of many of our special projects, and one unknown is multiple people. And so there's a great slide later to show sometimes the complexity we have with this problem. So once we've figured out sorted out one person. We'll answer questions like sex, male or female, how old was the person when they died, what is their ancestral background, how tall were they, do they show any type of trauma, both before death. So if you've broken a bone and it's relatively within 10 years, we should be able to see that in the skeleton. Or if you have any type of disease processes to bones, and then anything unique that we might see in the skeleton to help match up to medical records. Another thing we do as forensic anthropologists is that we sort those mixed up remains. So commingle is our fancy way of saying things are not all where they should be. And so we will do that as well. And we'll also use this to narrow the search base. And what I mean by that is we'll never make an identification just from the forensic anthropology. But like I said before, with the height, if you have a set of remains that are 5'8" to 6'2", and the service number you're comparing to is 5'2", that person is much shorter and therefore excluded from those remains. And so we can use that as one of our ways to narrow it down. Another thing that we do is we compare, there's those words again, postmortem and antemortem. So postmortem being after death, antemortem being before death. We can also do comparisons of chest x-rays. So this is very common for Korea. We do it sometimes in World War II as well, but most common for our Korea cases. And that is to actually take what we have in the lab, so your clavicles, your collarbones, and then your lower cervical and your upper thoracic vertebrae, so basically your neck bones, and compare them overlaid with chest x-rays that were done during your individual's induction to screen for tuberculosis. We don't screen for tuberculosis this way anymore. We just got little thing on our arm and we take a look at it, but we did do it back then when folks were getting inducted. And so we can actually look at that, make comparisons, again, narrow the search base and help support identification with this comparison. We actually started this project when we were having problems, and I won't say too much about it because Tim will tell you all about DNA, but we were having problems getting DNA from certain remains and trying to get another way to figure out who we were looking at. We also do dental comparisons. And so we have an entire team of dentists and dental hygienists. So if you think about when you go to the dentist and your dental hygienist comes in and takes x-rays and charts your teeth and cleans your teeth, that's what our dental hygienists do for all of our cases. And so we are comparing, again, the dental remains that we have to the medical records that are available for service members. It can also be used for identification, and it can also be used for exclusion. A relatively new process that we're using is stable isotopes. And those are, it's a chemical process. Those are things that are naturally found in your bone. And like this slide says, they're nature's reporters. So it can talk about things like what you're eating. It can talk about where you are from. And we use this to help with commingling, as well as looking at geographic origin of individuals. So the identification process is what I will go into next and finish with special projects. So this is a slide that we've used for a while to talk about how all of the different lines of evidence that we're using overlap. And so what we want is that yellow star at the middle to match up to one service member to the exclusion of all other reasonable possibilities. And so the types of evidence that would go into identification include a historical background. And I would argue that's pretty much where we start every single time. And without that, we don't have anything. We're starting there. Who was where and what were they doing and when did it happen? And then we may have archaeology in the case of a organic, so a DPA-led internal or an external. We may have that information. We may have material evidence, which is more common for an archaeological recovery. We don't have really any material evidence usually associated with disinterments. If we have bones, we have forensic anthropology. DNA, most of our cases are using some type of DNA towards that identification, and then forensic odontology. We can also add into this, not pictured, which is our isotope program, and then the chest x-ray comparison. All of this is done underneath the overarching umbrella of our quality assurance program. And what that means is every report that's produced, every process that we have is documented. and done in the absolute best possible way that we can to ensure our scientific integrity. So again, this is just looking at multiple lines of evidence overlapping in a different way. I would still argue that that tiny blue circle of historical context is where we always start. So. Okay. And then another example, multiple lines of evidence. And so what I'll do next is walking through a specific case to show you how all of the lines of evidence come together to get that identification. So this is a Korean War case. And multiple lines of evidence are used to exclude all others, again, to the exclusion of all other reasonable possibilities and make that identification. So the historical research starts off about 7,600 missing in action from the Korean War. This is mid-1950, and the 1st Cavalry Division engaged along the front in South Korea. They were overran and could not further advance, and there are 71 missing in action from this engagement. In this case, this is disinterment from the Punch Bowl in Hawaii, and there is actual historical documentation of possible commingling. Sometimes we know ahead of time. For the USS Oklahoma, we had a pretty good idea that there was going to be a lot of commingling, and sometimes historical documentation will tell us that we think these remains are commingled. Sometimes it's a surprise, and we get totally commingled individuals. So there's historical research that takes place, and then our top candidate is 11. Top candidate pool, our short list is 11 individuals. So there's an example of an unknown grave. So first in this case was isotope analysis, and that isotope analysis supported that there was MNI is a fancy way of saying how many people we think there are, minimum number of individuals, and that's 1. And it also supported the individual being of US origin. So that's a really good way to start out down our path of combining our multiple lines of evidence. I don't know, oh, it added the fancy isotope values, which I am not a forensic chemist, so will not interpret for you. Here they are. So the next part in this particular case is DNA evidence. And again, looking at excluding individuals from that short list. And as you probably know, but I will repeat again, family reference samples are really important to our job. We cannot do our job without the help of the families and providing those samples. In this particular case, next generation sequencing was used, and then we got mitochondrial DNA from only 2 of the bones in the assemblage. So this helps support how the postcranial, so that's neck down, how those remains are associated. And this particular step excluded 5 individuals from the short list. However, this mitochondrial DNA sequence matched 2 individuals from the Korean War. And sometimes that happens. I found in some of the World War II cases that I manage, you have a crew of 10 and 2 of the individuals on that crew have the same mitochondrial DNA sequence. Not because they're related, but because it's a common sequence. And so then we have to find another step to further work through the list. Okay, so our anthropological analysis is laid over those analyses I've already discussed. And so how many of the 11 people fit this profile that's been developed from the remains? So male, European, 20 to 25, 72 inches tall, and then maybe some individuating traits. And so there's a letter in the individual deceased personnel file saying actually that he had bone deposit growing from the joints of his knees. And we actually saw that in the remains, which is pretty interesting. Again, not 100% unique. It's not something to fully base the ID on, but we're layering all of the evidence together. So then we have some dental information. And again, along the bottom of the slide, I forgot to point out, we're working towards the 1, the big group down to 1. And so how many of these people have the same dental profile? And the answer is actually only 1. And then we do the dental comparison, multiple extractions. We have documented retained roots, and we saw on the previous slide that retained root. And so again, letters in the individual file. and a pretty unique set of circumstances. Another part, again, of the layer is that chest radiograph comparison. So on the left, you have the remains, and then we compare them to the historical X-ray, so that chest radiograph, and again, excludes 8 of 11 and matches 1. So all of the evidence is combining together to match that same person, that's the scenario we want. We want all of the evidence to line up to match one person to the exclusion of all the reasonable possibilities. So in using 6 different lines of evidence, there's everything overlaid in an infographic for that particular case. And then we make the identification. So the final thing I just want to touch on, because many of you will have loved ones that are part of our project work, is the special projects that we do. This is just a summary. I won't read it all to you. I know the font is a little bit small, but we have special projects because we want to focus on specific battles or locations or incidents. So for example, the USS Oklahoma project focused on the sailors and Marines that were aboard the USS Oklahoma on December 7th, 1941. So it was a specific project. We knew the remains were recovered from that ship. We were able to concentrate on collecting all of the antemortem data we needed, dental records, medical records, FRS, and narrow it down to the approximately 400 individuals that were unaccounted for from that ship. Same thing with Korean War. The entire Korean War is actually one project unto itself. We have a relatively newly formed Vietnam War Identification Project. And then we have a lot of separate projects that are within the World War II group. We have about 7 projects in Nebraska and about 7 in Hawaii, give or take a few. And they are, for the most part, each have their unique challenges. So some of them are commingled, and that's one of our big disinterment challenges. This slide says, in an ideal world, one burial casket or one accession would contain and consist of one individual. So you have a 1 for 1. This unknown is one person. We're looking for one person. This is an example from Cabanatuan showing that we do not always have that. So they used a mass grave system in this particular prison camp in the Philippines. And one example is Common Grave 717. Originally, we thought 14 individuals will be in, unaccounted for individuals will be in Common Grave 717. We brought it in 13 different accessions, and then a single accession or a single unknown actually have between 2 to 8 different DNA sequences. So commingled. This is, I'm more familiar with this one, having worked on it for many years. But we go from about over 60 caskets with about 8 or 9 bundles or unknown remains per casket. And actually the first casket that we disinterred in 2003 had 94 mitochondrial DNA sequences in it. And I won't make you do the math. I'll just tell you that's about 25% of the USS Oklahoma casualties, which means that the first casket of over 60 casket had at least one bone from 25% of the sailors and Marines. So that took a little bit of time to sort out, but we actually fully ended the project in December of 2021 with 362 individually identified. Again, the whole process, it worked the same way for the Oklahoma as it works for all of our other IDs. Layering the evidence. And for the Oklahoma, our first mitochondrial DNA sequence ended up having 25 individuals in it. And so we had to go back and do more layers. And so here's just an example. The bottom right is what an unknown looked like from the Oklahoma. And then the color coded is the number of mitochondrial DNA sequences we got just from that one bundle at the time we captured this infographic. We also have projects that are extensively fragmented. So Oklahoma was relatively complete. The Cabanatuan is complete, but the bones are not in great shape. But then we have bones that are extensively fragmented. So you'll see this often in aircraft crashes. You have lots of tiny pieces of bone that have to be put back together. So this is actually from the Solomon Islands project. Same, very, very tiny fragments. So finally, our success is really due to the controlled recovery that we do, the way that we document everything, the fact that we use multiple lines of evidence, we're never relying on a single line of evidence to get us to the identification. And then the ability to marry up that antemortem and postmortem data. We need both sides of that equation to get to the identification. I updated the slide for FY 2023 and get to say that we newly accounted for 158 individuals in FY 2023. And that concludes my presentation. Like I said, I'm around for questions. If you have any, I'll be here all day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brown. Next, we're going to learn about our DNA processes and advances. We're going to hear from the director of the DoD DNA operations, the director of DoD DNA operations for the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tim McNann.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me okay? All right. So any CSI fans here? I'm going to apologize now if I burst your bubble. I'm going to apologize now. Please call me Tim. My grandfather was at my dissertation when I did that. And at the end of it, he came up to me, he said, son, he goes, I didn't understand a word you said. He goes, but just remember, you put your pants on the same way I do. And I was like, okay, grandpa, I got it. No, just call me Tim. So I'm going to kind of try and demystify the DNA process. When we look at it on TV or you hear it, it sounds complicated. I'm going to try and make it very, very easy for you. So this is the overview. We're going to talk about DNA first, but first I'm going to give you who we are. And then I'm going to talk about fit for use. If I have a small Phillips head screw, I'm not going to grab my biggest Phillips head screwdriver. I'll strip that screw. So just when we talk, there is a difference between what you're hearing in the news and what we do. And it's that fit for use technology. And then I'm going to talk a little bit of this future technology. It's big in the news, the investigative genetic genealogy and how they're solving cold cases. We are an accounting community. The DPA, as you heard from Ms. Winbush, is at the head of it. I fall under the Defense Health Agency, the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. So when you think of it and you look at this slide that's up there, the DPAA is like my uncle. Okay, I'm down a different side here, but we all have one mission, and that is to bring our fallen heroes home. So what that means, different funding streams, but one great mission. We actually started DNA in 1991. So if you think about, if we go back into history, 1945, World War II ends, 1953, Korea ends. 1953 is when two scientists known as Watson and Crick defined DNA. Now our ability to Google Translate, when you go to the computer and you tell the computer to Google Translate this from Spanish to English, our ability to do that for DNA didn't come around until 1977. So after Vietnam. Our ability to Xerox copy DNA, to be able to take a very small amount of DNA and make millions of copies, didn't come around until 1987. And the first time we used mitochondrial DNA to assist with the identification of a Vietnam unknown was in 1991. And so we are a young science, but when you look at the progression, we have always pushed the envelope on that. We've been partnered with the DPAA since 1991. We are the Department of Defense's only human remains DNA testing lab. So not only do I do the past accounting, I actually do all current day losses as well. Okay, and we'll talk about that in a second. But just like Dr. Brown talked about, we are accredited, but we're accredited to two bodies. One is that ANAB, and one is the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Quality Assurance Standards. So we are an accredited crime laboratory. What does that mean? Well, it means every year I have people, scientists from other crime labs auditing my laboratory to make sure that our processes and procedures are being followed, that we're doing top-notch science, and that we don't have any deficits. In fact, we just had our internal audit and we passed with no issues. So again, it gives that confidence that we're doing what we said we're going to do. Overall, I have a large mission, as I said. It is the present day accounting. So in 1991, on top of using DNA to identify an unknown from Vietnam, we actually had to utilize DNA to identify several service members from the Gulf War who could not be identified by fingerprint and dental. Because of the success of the past accounting, we now collect a DNA reference card for all of our active duty reserve and National Guard service members. Because of that, from Operation Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom, we have no unknown service members. But I'm going to put my punchline into, you've heard it. Unfortunately, I don't have that direct reference for any of our losses from World War II, Korea, Vietnam. So that's where you, the family members, become essential. You're going to see, and I'm going to brag a little bit, my scientists, we're really good at getting a result. But if I don't have anything to compare it to, it's just an unknown result. My largest mission is my past accounting. I have 155 scientists underneath me. 95 of those scientists are signed to the past accounting mission. So that is the majority of our mission within our laboratory. So here's for my CSI people. When you think criminal forensics, if I was to break into your house and I cut my arm and I leave blood on the window, the question is, who against the world's population of 7.6 billion people committed this crime? That's why we need that direct reference to do that. When you're dealing with the human remains identification, as Dr. Brown just showed you, we can go from the historical and we can get into what's called a closed incident. So we limit it to 11 people. Well, because of that, we can use a number of the different DNA tests that your normal state and local crime lab can't use. And we'll talk a little bit about those. The biggest question I get is, why does it take so long? Why does the DNA testing take so long? When you look at the commercial DNA tests out there, they are geared for your state and local crime lab, which is really good DNA, lots of human DNA, very little parasitic and bacterial DNA. We're dealing with stuff that's been in the ground 80 plus years. There's a lot of what we call degradation. I'll talk about the chewing up of DNA. And we have a lot more bacterial, parasitic, and fungal DNA to human DNA. So we need to figure out how do we get that human DNA. So a lot of times we're actually developing new methods. And you're going to hear about some of them. We're about 10 years ahead of your state and local crime labs when it comes to DNA testing. So this is where I talk about fit for use. You may hear in the news that, oh, government's using antiquated DNA testing methods. Well, no, we're using fit for use DNA testing methods. They may not be the same as your state and local crime lab, but I can guarantee you those aren't going to work in what we're doing here, and I'll show you that. All right, going to make it easy with DNA. My dad was a 26-year veteran in New York State Police, and they started their crime lab in 1991 when I was in grad school. And he said, son, you got to make this and break it down to a knuckle dragger for me so I can understand this, because he had a new crime lab. So when you think of a cell, you have one copy of nuclear DNA. That is the operating system of your cell. It's like your computer. Your computer has a single operating system and it tells the computer what to do. You get half of that from your mom and your dad. It tells you how tall you're going to be, or in my case, how fast you're going to go gray, 26. And so all of that is in that nuclear DNA. The batteries of your cell are called mitochondria. They come only from the mother. And you can have anywhere from 10 to 100 mitochondria per cell. And so you can actually, and it has its own DNA, only coming from the mother, and you could have hundreds of copies of that. And so I want you to remember hundreds of copies of mitochondrial DNA, one nuclear DNA, because it becomes important when we talk about how we do DNA testing. When you think about nuclear DNA testing, these here are the 23 pairs of chromosomes. There are 22 what we call autosomes. They are the ones that code for your hair color, your eye color, how tall you're going to be. The shaded yellow and green are actually markers that are used by your state and local crime labs. We use the exact same markers. So those are the ones that we can use. If you are a brother, a sister, a mother, or father, we can use those as a nuclear DNA test. If you're a male, the 23rd pair of chromosomes is an XY. Females are XX. We actually have a test that allows us to use the Y chromosome. Okay, so maternal side of the family, we use mitochondrial DNA. We can trace the whole maternal line. Anyone on the maternal side becomes a reference. Same thing on the paternal side. Anyone who is a paternal reference, we can use them as well. Now, these are a lot of good markers. There's just numbers up there. However, there are some markers that haven't been truly qualified yet. So ladies, I hate to tell you this, men do have a gene called the direction or the DIR gene. We can ask for directions. Gentlemen, we do have the HUD gene, which is our selective hearing gene. So all kidding aside, so now from that DNA, we get the mitochondrial DNA, which is one test. From that nuclear DNA, I can do the YSTR, which is tracing that, or we can do what I call identity by descent. We can trace the line up through mother, father, brother, sister, and so on. This is just a graphic representation. What you see here is all of the commercially available kits. Most of your crime labs will use one kit. I have validated every one of these kits because they each have subtle differences that can help us get to the answer that we need. So we just don't look to use one kit. We'll use all of the kits so that we can get the greatest amount of DNA answers that we need. When we talk about lineage markers, you're going to see on this slide, when you look under the maternal donor, that's anyone who gets that maternal gene. So if we think of, if I was missing, my brother and sister have the same mitochondrial sequence because we share the mother. However, my paternal nephew, so my brother gets married, has his mother's mitochondrial DNA. My sister is the only one who can pass on the mitochondrial DNA. Same thing with the Y. So this allows us, if we have somebody who's missing from 80 years ago, which is why we can use, and we did, the farthest I've ever seen gone out is a great, 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 great maternal niece. So 5 times. And so that's where the strength of lineage markers come. When we think of nuclear DNA, we currently think for us, we have to think, I want you to think of a tree. So I sit at the base of the trunk of the tree is the thickest. I have half of the DNA of my mom and dad. As I go up I know I have 2 sets of grandparents. So I have a quarter of the DNA of my grandparents. So as I go up the tree, the trunk thins, great-grandparents, I would have an 1/8 of the DNA. So I can calculate that based on relationship. Now, barring me, I'm an identical twin. Most siblings is like the branch. When the branch attaches to the tree, siblings share about 50% of their DNA. You share about 25% of your DNA with your first cousin. And so that's what this slide is showing. That if I was just to go and lead with what your state and local crime labs, I would need multiple nieces, nephews, and cousins to be able to do what I can do with just the mitochondrial DNA. Okay, so we utilize all of the different DNA tests that are out there. This slide is a very colorful slide. It's basically all the tests that we run at any given day on any given sample. Our goal is to run 3,000 analyses per year. That's to report out 3,000 analyses. And that could be a mitochondrial DNA, an autosomal short tandem, or a Y. Doesn't sound like a lot. But I forgot to tell you, every sample that we do for the DPA, we do in duplicate. And it's done by 2 different scientists, and those 2 answers have to match for us to report that sequence. So it's about 7,000 sequences that we do. Our average turnaround time is about 60 days from when we dissolve the bone to get to the DNA till we report out a sequence. Sounds like a long time, but don't forget, we're doing it in duplicate, and most of your state and local crime labs will turn a really good sample around in 50 days. So, But barring all of those colors, what you need to look at is the yellow. The yellow is the next generation sequencing. As you've seen over the years, more and more samples are going to be requiring it. And that's because they're getting damaged. And I'm going to show you a little bit more on that. But the big take home message is I can sit here and tell you I do really well at doing DNA. But what does that mean? It's that believed to be report. That is where I take that unknown sequence. I compare it to a database. It's consistent with a reference. We then issue a report to DPAA to start assisting in that identification. So if you look in 2023, you heard there were 158 new IDs. However, I wrote 175 believed to be reports. That's the first time. So we supported 158, and then new ones are going to come out this year from that. So that's the point. It's that the DNA comparison and hit to that family reference is how we support the DPAA. We lead with mitochondrial DNA because it tells us how good the DNA is and what the quality is. And then it narrows the pool down. So as you saw in that, the Cabanatuan, where there's anywhere from 2 to 8 people in a single grade, we lead with mitochondrial DNA. It's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle. If I gave you a 5,000 piece jigsaw puzzle and I took all the corners out and all the border and told you to put together, you'd want to kill me. We use the mitochondrial DNA to establish that border and say, okay, it's consistent with these 7 individuals. What do we need to do? We've excluded 4, we have 7 left. What else can we do to do that? So we lead with mitochondrial DNA. It's 92% of the time on a non-chemically treated sample, I can get a result from the bone, you know, from the damage that we're dealing with. We are constantly evolving over time. This is just the first time we used it up into new technology. 2016, you'll see NGS or next generation sequencing. I'm going to talk about that in the next slide. Give you an idea of how far ahead. We brought that on in 2016. Your state and local crime labs didn't start using it until 2021. Okay, so how will we support identifications like these service members here? If you're a Korea family, you've heard a lot about the chemical treatment. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. But believe it or not, the Cabanatuan samples are just as difficult. They have some form of the treatment on them as well. And then how do we get to that human DNA when there's a bunch of other DNA in there? I wish I had a magic 8-ball. So when I dissolve that bone completely and in that liquid, I wish I had a magic 8-ball that would just give me the human DNA. I don't have that. So I have to develop methods to get to that human DNA. So when we talk about the Korea punch bowl samples, remember 1953 DNA first defined, 1976 Google translated to be able to read it. We had no idea. We wanted to preserve our heroes. So they put them in formaldehyde, which is a normal embalming, and then they put a preserving compound on it and they baked it 100 degrees. We now know that's the worst thing you can do to DNA. It took us 16 years in science to catch up. We started in 2000, and it wasn't until 2013 that we actually were able to determine the type of DNA. So our success rate in the early 2000s was 6%. Not a whole lot of success going on there. When you think about degradation, you think about, I want you to think of it, if I gave you a 16-inch piece of string and I told you to fold it over in half and cut it for every year it's in the ground, by year 5, you have 32 half-inch pieces of DNA. The commercially kits that are being used by your state and local crime lab require 1.5 to 2-inch pieces of DNA. You look at this slide here, on the left-hand side, you can see in that yellow square, there's DNA in that 1.2-inch range. That is a typical non-chemically treated sample. On the right-hand side, you can see the average DNA base size is about 47.4 inches, let's say, and there is nothing in that 100 base pair range or 1-inch piece of DNA. That was the chemically treated. That's why we were having a 6% success rate. So in 2013, an instrument told us that, yep, we had very damaged DNA. It's about 50 base pairs or ½ inch long. We tried a new method that was in the medical diagnostic field. We got 1 million reads. We're like, we solved this. But 0.0001% of it was human. So we had nothing, and everything else was bacterial. So we decided that we would go fishing. We would develop a bait that would bind to the human. On the left-hand side is the science gobbledygook of everything we're doing. Dr. McMahon explains it because he loves jelly beans using the jar here. So if I asked you to reach into that jar and grab every white jelly bean that was representing the human DNA, you couldn't do it. You would pull everything up with you. But what if I told you I had a special molecule that would bind to just the white jelly beans and it had a piece of metal on it? And then you could take a magnet over the top of it and pull up the human. That's what we do. We have a special molecule that binds to the human DNA. We put it to a magnet and we pull the human DNA to it. And that's how we enrich for the human DNA. And because of that, our success rate has gone from 24% with the NGS in 2016 to 65% now. But to give you an idea, I could sit here and tell you how damaged the DNA is, but because we're scientists and a lot of people out in the science world didn't believe us, we worked with the Max Planck Institute and we sent over 17 samples with one of my scientists, and this researcher at the Max Planck worked with Neanderthal DNA. The gist of this is on the right-hand side is the amount of human DNA in purple versus the amount of DNA in a 50,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA. We don't have a lot of DNA coming out of our cells. On the left-hand side, you can see those bars are pretty even across the purple, and they're consistent with the green. That means our DNA coming out of our samples from Cabanatuan in Korea are as damaged as 50,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA. And so knowing all of this, we needed to figure out, how do I capture more of that DNA up front? How do I get those small DNA? Well, the current methods, let's say, use a sieve on the left-hand side, and the M&Ms, as you can tell, like candy, the M&Ms are the really small fragments of DNA. Well, that sieve over there, which is how we bind DNA to a column, lets it all pass through. Well, we found another company that makes a smaller sieve, and it's called the Dabney extraction method. And that allowed us now to capture more of that small DNA. And that increases our success rates. And we'll talk more about that too. To give you an idea, in January, we did 100 next generation sequencing samples. And you can see, for the most part, we have really high success rates. Now, there's some World War II Italy samples. We're still trying to figure out why they're so damaged, but we only have a 37% success rate. But don't fear, we'll never give up. We're going to figure out, how do we increase that over time? We're always looking at new methods. The take-home message for the NGS is we've been online now about 7 years. We've gone from running 3 to 4 samples per month to running over 100 samples per month. We are looking to average 110 samples, so another 10 samples per month than what we were doing last year per month. We've gone from a 24% success rate to a 65% success rate. We have written 1,100 comparison reports. And of those 1,100 comparison reports, they've led to 394 new identifications that would not have been made without this method. And so, but as you can see, there is 813 addendum. So as you have highly commingled, not every bone we test is going to be supporting a new ID. It can be an additional part of one of our other fallen heroes. We can't figure that out until we run the DNA. So what do we do? So you heard about mitochondrial DNA. You heard Dr. Brown say common sequences. 87% of the mitochondrial DNA, when we look, it's circular, think of a clock. When we look at the region between 11 and 1, we call it the control region, is a big word for it. When we look at just that region, 7% of all Caucasians have the same mitochondrial DNA sequence. However, 87% are relatively unique. So I stand here as one of those 7%. So if we have that common mitochondrial DNA, how do we support pulling out the right person? And then what are we going to do? Currently, I need a maternal relative. I need a paternal relative. But what if the only living relative is a paternal niece? Doesn't have the same mitochondrial DNA, doesn't have a Y. So how can we identify? How can we utilize that preference? So I'm going to talk about those. So in this case, you have an unknown sample generates a mitochondrial DNA profile, was consistent with 18 individuals. We did Y chromosome testing on it. That allowed us to exclude another 10 individuals. So now we're down to 8. We had no references to do that autosomal STR. So we had no brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, grandchildren. We had none of that. So we're stuck now with 8. What we had was 2 maternal nieces and 1 maternal nephew. Okay. But because we had, remember, they share 25% of their DNA. Because we had multiple, we looked at doing what we call advanced kinship, asking the question, how many times more likely is it that these 3, the 2 nieces and a nephew, are maternally related to this unknown sample? The reason we could do that is if you look at the samples here, we had 23 out of 24 markers for sample 5A. Sample 6A gave us 19 markers out of 23. So we actually had really good full profile for this. When you look at the nieces and nephews, the ones in red are the ones they share with the unknown. So we can look at using a statistic for that. With the mitochondrial DNA, it was only 193 times more likely. So if it's a unique sequence, it's 1,200 times more likely. So you can see how more common that sequence is. But because we had the 2 nieces and the nephew, it was the stat for the nuclear DNA was 13,000. When you multiply those 2 together, it's 2.68 million times more likely. A whole lot better than 198, right? But here's the drawback. If you look at the bottom, if I only had 2 nieces, the combined stat is 129,000. Okay. So the success of this was because I had multiple relatives in this one scenario. Let's look, if I then just said, instead of 19 loci, let's say we had 15. The stat drops to 27.1 thousand times more likely. So if we were to do what some of our competitors try and say is, oh, lead with nuclear DNA, that's what the crime labs do. Well, if I don't recover enough markers and I don't have enough references, we're not going to make that identification. So it's about using everything, which is why we use all kinds of DNA testing. What if we have no viable references? Anyone done Ancestry.com and 23andMe? Okay, right. This is our new method. So if you think about the Golden State Killer, 2018, they used this testing system called single nucleotide polymorphisms. They were able to trace to the perpetrator that way. 850,000 markers is what you do when you spit into a cup. If you send it to Ancestry.com, we took one of our best samples ever. And we tried one of those commercial. And out of 850,000 markers in 2017, we recovered 35,000. Wasn't going to work. So in 2017, we started a project to develop our own kit and our own software to do this. And here's the reason why it didn't work. I want you to think of an orchard. So when you think of modern DNA and these cold cases, it's about how many trees you have in common with the sample, but not just how many trees, it's how long the row of trees are. So think of when you look down an orchard and you can see all those apple trees, right? You need that. But on the bottom, remember I told you, our DNA is fragmented. And so we can't use the commercial. We had to go fishing. So we're using the same technology to capture the DNA that we've already developed. And we asked the company, we said, regardless of their relationship, right now, I don't care if for this one, it doesn't matter if you're maternal or paternal. As long as you're within 4 generations, first cousin once removed, great aunt or uncle, you now become a viable reference. So those paternal nieces are a viable reference. And they are a true nuclear reference. What we're showing here is you see FRS 1 through 6. They are different FRSs from families with a common mito sequences with as little as 1,100 of these single nucleotide polymorphisms. I can distinguish a common mito sequence into the appropriate person. Remember, I told you the world's population is 7.9 billion people. Science Geek is 7.9 e to the 9th is the world's population. As far out as a 3rd generation, what you're looking at here, we're looking at 95,000 markers, targets that we get. Those FRSs that you see listed on the left-hand side, these are different families, non-related, but a common mito sequence. As far out as a 3rd generation, you can see that the lowest statistic we get is 2 e to the 54th, which is 6 times the world's population. So it's that person when we do this. So I know I threw a lot. I'm here. All I can do, our promise to you, the families, is we will never give up and we will constantly develop methods that we need to do. Take home messages. We have new testing technology that's coming out to support the DPAA. We have increased our success rates. You can see that we are doing 64% with the next generation sequencing. 65% of the cases that we do for the DPA require that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. All right. Before we go to our next presenter, reminder, we have those surveys, so please keep filling those out. Our next presenter is going to talk to us about partnerships and innovation. She is our Chief of Integration and Development Division in DPA's Partnership and Innovation Directorate. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Stephanie Colby.
Thank you, Mark. So sorry about that. Aloha. I have to say that because I'm fluent from Hawaii. So aloha, everyone. I am Stephanie Colby. Oh, I love the response. I'm Stephanie Colby, and today I'm really honored to be here to talk to you about the ways that DPAA uses strategic partnerships and innovative programming to fulfill its mission for accounting for our service members and providing answers to you, families. I'd like to start with a picture that kind of shows what it is that we're about in partnerships and innovation. I'm really excited to announce that last year, DPAA hit a milestone where we completed our 200th partnered mission for partnerships and innovation. One of these was the deepest underwater investigation or recovery activity that DPAA has undertaken to date. We partnered with 2 organizations who conducted highly technical dives at about 295 feet deep in the Adriatic Sea. This is one example of how DPAA is committed to partnering and innovating with the best in the world to advance the mission as quickly, efficiently, and effectively as possible. In 2015, when DPAA was stood up, we received congressional authorization to utilize public-private partnerships. This ability was in and of itself an innovation. Since then, we have dedicated a team of professionals to develop and harness partners for various aspects of our mission. The photos that you see here show partners in field work, but we utilize partners in many different ways. to include strategic partner development, research, and innovation. We have robust programs in each of these areas, and this presentation will share with you some of the ways that we leverage partners to complement DPA's capabilities, what it is we do, and as well as its capacity, how much of it we can do. I'm missing, oh, okay. There's supposed to be another photo there. I'm not sure what happened to it. I apologize. So DPA has a partner development program that it uses to identify, cultivate, and maintain partnerships with many different kinds of organizations, including government agencies, academic institutions, nonprofits, and private companies. This approach ensures that we partner with qualified organizations that both meet the agency's established needs and tap into the external expertise, resources, and cutting-edge technologies that are available. We currently have 120 active and developing partnerships in 32 states and 16 countries. My missing map there is the world map. And we use this, apologies. For example, one of our domestic partnership networks is the Hub and Spoke program. And we use this to expand our research efforts with 16 different educational institutions that house postdoctoral fellows and that come from a broad range of academic backgrounds and expertise. This also gets us access to the various resources that exist at the various institutions, such as archival archives, libraries, geospatial expertise, and innovative technologies. Why is this important, this research program? Research is foundational to all of the DPAA operations. It supports various parts of the DPAA mission, including events like this one. In close coordination with DPAA staff, internal DPAA staff, our partners conduct things such as foundational research to support DPAA's fieldwork, disinterment, and identification efforts. Last year, for example, we partnered with 18 organizations on 81 projects, many of which are long-term complex efforts. Research is often interdisciplinary, and that means that we have a growing partner network, and it's continuously evolving so that we are more able to answer DPA's toughest questions and to provide answers to you and advance more cases. Our terrestrial archaeology partners work throughout the world on land-based operations. They work in a variety of diverse environments and use many different kinds of techniques in order to conduct investigations and recoveries for DPAA. Last year, we conducted 46 partnered missions in 16 countries. And here you can see an example of some of the missions that we worked on. In the, I'm not going to try to use right and left. Number one up there is a University of Illinois Chicago investigation team that's crossing a river along the path of a possible World War II aircraft crash in the Philippines. Number two is Geoscope Services team members using wet screening to search for evidence in sediment excavated from a site in France. In number three, a multilateral team consisting of about 4 partners that join together are conducting test pit excavations and surveys in a field in the United Kingdom. And the last picture there, number 4, is Golden West Foundation. That's a team member in front sifting sediment while local workers build a coffer dam in the background. Similarly, our underwater archaeology partners conduct underwater missions throughout the world. And last year, they conducted 24 missions in 17 countries. So in total last year, that was 70 partnered missions alone that we conducted. The unique requirements of the underwater environment require additional technical training and techniques that really provide an opportunity for further innovation. In these photos, you can see in number one, Task Force Dagger, which is a veterans organization. Diver provides a safety briefing ahead of a survey in Australia. Number two is from a vessel that was utilized for a large area survey in Alaska with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Number three is a hard hat diver. The hard hat diver conducting dredge and dive operations in Palau. Number four is the result of a partner collecting witness statements from local witnesses and using them to inform their dive operations and locate a site during an investigation in the Philippines. And number five is a underwater deep water recovery of a B-24 off the coast of Croatia. As this shows, we work with many different organizations that utilize a variety of techniques to support the mission. The second part of partnerships and innovation is the innovation aspect. As we said at the beginning, partnering in and of itself for DPAA was an innovation, but innovation is not a new concept to DPAA. Agency personnel have been conducting innovation in many different ways throughout the agency for years. Recently, the agency has supported a strategic and collaboration pursuit of innovation by establishing a program so that we may intentionally propose and pursue possible innovative techniques. Here you see a variety of different outputs from innovation, everything from skeletal comparisons to 3D mapping and other underwater techniques, and then our scientists hard at work in the laboratory. Many of those shown may or may not yet be validated, but we're looking into them as possible uses for application to our DPAA mission. Next, I'm going to share with you a video that shows a dual innovation and underwater initiative. In this video, we collaborated with two partners to conduct a 2-day investigation off the coast of Oahu, Hawaii, to search for anomalies on the seafloor at about 1,800 feet deep. This is far too deep for human beings to dive, and so we used 2 of the remote operated vehicles from one of the partners' fleets to be able to conduct a survey on the floor.
10 meters slightly off dead ahead.
Yeah, that's looking significant.
Should be just approaching the large target now.
This is interesting. Okay, that is.
Yes.
This looks like the main wreckage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sites like this tell a story. It's the location of a tragedy, very likely a spot where service members lost their lives.
You can definitely tell that's the glass cockpit. You can see the reflection of the LED lights in it.
Yep.
Service members lost in conflict and combat leave behind friends, families, and all too often, a mystery of their last resting place. Over 41,000 Americans are presumed lost at sea all around the world. This mission is in partnership with an organization called the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, a division of the Department of Defense charged with providing the fullest possible accounting for military personnel lost while performing their duties.
Our interest is archaeology, but the main task here is to evaluate this site for the possible loss of 2 people on board. That means we're combining a number of aspects to understand this site.
Partnering with organizations like the Ocean Exploration Trust provides the DPAA a unique avenue to explore deep water areas.
EV Nautilus is equipped with advanced technologies to fulfill this mission, including remotely operated vehicles, acoustic mapping sonars, and telepresence capabilities that allow scientists to participate in the mission from anywhere in the world. For this mission, we're working on a site located more than 1,800 feet deep. We're using acoustic sonar and remotely operated vehicles to investigate the site in an effort to correlate information about the wreck and, if possible, provide conclusive evidence of who was lost.
There has to be correlative evidence to point that it is that specific site. The data plates could certainly help with that, but that doesn't guarantee that we will make the correlation.
Wow. Now, and we,
Something aeronautical core,
it says Wright Aeronautical,
Right.
WRIGHT.
a project like this takes hundreds of people, thousands of hours, and a lot of recommendations. We were very lucky that we've had some other really competent teams like OET go out and look at it for us.
Archaeological field surveys like this ultimately aim to bring home any possible physical evidence recorded as part of this mission. This is only one step in DPAA's thorough case progression, which involves teams of experts in various fields, including forensic anthropology. Thousands of hours of archive and laboratory research and hundreds of people work on a case that may make a determination possible. Once DPAA makes a positive identification, a message is sent to their respective service member casualty office, who then notifies the family that their loved one is accounted for. It is an honor and a privilege to be part of this journey. Learn more at dpaa.mil, where updates about this site and hundreds more around the world are announced.
So as you just saw, this investigation observed aircraft parts as well as data plates that may help correlate the site. The team also tested the potential for future remotely operated excavations or recoveries at DPA sites, as well as the use of techniques that did not disturb the site's contents or integrity. This is one example of ways in which DPAA leverages the skills, resources, and expertise of our professional partners to support the accounting mission. DPA is committed to expanding and enhancing our capabilities and capacity through partnerships, as well, all with the goal of fulfilling the mission to account for our nation's lost hero. Our partners share this dedication to the work that they do with DPAA. And ultimately, it's about providing answers to you, the families, and to the nation. Thank you for your time today. Until they're on.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. I'd ask all the presenters from this morning to please go in front. Or one, please. All right, time for our Q&A session. A reminder that for this Q&A session, if we can limit the questions to what the briefers had briefed this morning, for anything in respect to your loved one's case, please reserve that for your time with your service casualty officer and or analyst. All right, we're going to have 2 mics roaming around. And if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get you a microphone. Then we will call on you to ask the question. We got one of the mics up here for our panelists. One moment. All right. Got a question? Okay, we've got one on the left. We're going to get you that microphone. One moment, sir. He's running. He's running.
Works. My question is why we have not done more to search the bottom of the Gulf of Tonkin. You need me to say the question again?
No, I got it. I'm just turning on my mic.
as we continue to work the cases in Southeast Asia, Tonga is one of those places that we are looking at. As you know, because you're very familiar, I can tell, with that particular mission set, the underwater piece has been one of our most challenging. I mentioned earlier, though, that Vietnam is helping us to get to some of those underwater sites. So the specifics about either your case or about the missions ongoing or scheduled for Tonga, I really don't have all of those details.
That's one of the shallowest bodies of water in the whole ocean. It's only 270 feet, 250 feet, something like that. And heard numbers thrown out much larger than that just a few minutes ago from the people that were speaking. I don't know why it's been so hard. I mean, and Vietnam can help us. They don't have technology to help us. What are they doing to help us search the Gulf of Tonkin?
Yeah, so what she talked about was actually what one of our partners was doing. So we don't have the capability to go that deep, but we don't want to compare the depths that she talked about with the Gulf of Tonga.
Well, technology is there to do it, is what I'm trying to say, and we're not doing it. Is there any plan at all to search the bottom of the Gulf of Tonkin?
So I don't have the details on future plans for the Gulf of Tonga. I can get that for you, absolutely, before
It's
we.
talking, by the way, but I mean, what's been talked about in the past?
Okay, well, I'll get that for you. I don't have the answer off the top of my head, but I certainly will take a look at that.
Thank you.
You're
Before we
welcome.
go ahead, ma'am.
I have a question about the 7 disinterments in the Punch Bowl, the National Cemetery of the Pacific. I understand that 5 was paused for a time, but that it's getting ready to start again. Could you elaborate on why that happened? And I'd like to know when phase 7 will be complete.
So I'll start with why it happened. As you probably know, but I'll address it for the rest of the people in the room. We do not have the authority, DPAA, to approve the disinterments. That is approved by the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. When we submitted our proposal to disinter phase 5, the Korean War Disinterment Project is a 7-phase project, right? And when we submitted the package, the personnel in that organization decided that they wanted to make sure that DPAA had enough capacity to handle the influx of phase 5 remains. Now, those of you who are following us, you already know that we do all of the work necessary to prepare for the influx of the next phase. It was just a matter of the personnel and readiness individuals having the confidence in what DPAA was telling them about phase 5. So it was paused in December. We finally got the approval to resume the disinterment of phase 5. We had already started it in December. And of course it was slow. And so we're getting back on track. I don't know when that particular phase is going to end and when the next phase begins, but we try to do the phases deliberately. We make sure we have enough capacity. AFDIL and Dr. McMahon, there is no capacity problem there. And so it really is a matter of us having the authorization to do the disinterments as we request. It actually is not. Yeah, so when we first briefed this process, this project, we were trying to get multiple projects, disinterment projects approved. And you'll recall from back in the day when we were doing onesies and twosies, we petitioned the department to let us do more than just one disinterment. So the lab put together disinterment projects. And so the Korean War was one of them. And what we did was we used the USS Oklahoma disinterment project, which was a very successful one, in order to get authorization to disinter for the Korean War project. The difference with the Korean War project was that the Undersecretary for PNR decided that they wouldn't give us the full authority to disinter all 7 phases. Every time we completed a phase, we have to go back and say, okay, we're ready to disinter the next phase. We're ready to disinter the next phase. And when we got to phase 5, they decided that because we were not making identifications as fast as they think we should be making identifications, that they wanted to have more information. And you know that it takes time. You don't expect to bring remains into the lab and make identifications quickly. I see a lot of heads in this room nodding. You get it. But sometimes we have to explain to those who are not part of DPAA and who are not a part of AFME's Phil, of how difficult it is. But the important thing is we've got to get the remains out of the ground or we'll never make an identification.
So is it likely that they will be putting a halt on 6 or 7 days? That should be the end.
I think if we rolled some dice, that probably would be the best guess. Ma'am, I really don't know, but we are fighting this hard.
Thank you. Over here to my right.
Pertaining to the punch bowl, phase 6 and 7. Would it help if we asked our congressional offices to help push that you could finish phase 6 and 7, or is this like a purple in the Department of Defense?
I'll be careful in my words. You all have representatives and you can contact them about anything that you would like.
Well, because I attended this a couple of years before, and I believed at the time when you were talking about having large operations, that there were some people at the punch bowl that thought that they really didn't want that they wanted to maintain it as it was, and it's kind of a very nice place for people to visit. Are you still running into that, or?
We are not. We are not. We have full cooperation from the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. And in fact, when we started phase 5, they were waiting for us to come back and do the rest of it. And then we're told to pause. As you may know, the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific is controlled by the VA. So the VA got notification that DPAA no longer had authority to continue the disinterment of phase 5 and that it would be paused. But the cemetery leadership, they were waiting for us to come back. So it was not, we're not having that issue with the cemetery. In fact, to give you a little bit more information on how we do that, the disinterments are carefully coordinated. We do them in the very, very early morning, really before the sun comes up, because, you know, they want to continue to have it open. It's a working cemetery. And once we have those remains disinterred, the cemetery has been very quick to repair that grave so that it's not an eyesore to the public. So yeah, you're absolutely right. In the beginning, it was a bit, because of course you can imagine with 7 phases, you know, we're saying we're coming and we want to, you know, disinter all of these remains. The cemetery just wanted to make sure that we did it in a deliberate way so as not to disrupt their operations with regard to letting the public come in to visit. So we are well past that. Yes, ma'am. Thanks for that question.
And then back to who is opposing or held up phase 5, who exactly was that? What organization or what group?
The Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness.
And that's the answer.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, where to my left?
Hi, thank you all for your service. I really appreciate it. My name is Maura Walsh. I'm a daughter of Colonel Richard Walsh. He was a Sandy 1 pilot in Laos. He was shot down on a combat search and rescue mission, February 15th, 1969. I know arranging JFAs in Laos is a challenge on many levels, including diplomatic. And I'm hearing from other family members who have been missing in Laos that there's a fresh obstacle, which is, you know, a dispute regarding diplomatic immunity. Can any of you speak to that? And what can I, as a civilian, do to get things back on track, to assist in your mission, my mission?
Yeah, so I first want to say about that the U.S. ambassador in Laos is fully behind us 100%. The challenge is that we assign our military and our civilians to Laos, and they are there without any type of protections at all. And it's not just the military and civilian personnel, it's their families as well. What we are seeking is for the Lao government to give our personnel and Stony Beach personnel the same type of protections that the US Embassy personnel receive. Because as you can imagine, it can be something as small as a fender bender. And fortunately, we've not had any incidents where we've had, problems, but we have protections for our people in Vietnam. We have protections in Thailand, and we're just trying to level the bubble so that all of our DPAA personnel and Stony Beach have the same protections. Because you can imagine, think about you being assigned to Laos and we tell you, yeah, you're going to go to Laos for 3 years. And oh, by the way, you're not going to have any protection, but you're going to have a great quality of life and you're going, so it doesn't make sense. And so we're just trying to get that settled finally, so that we can continue to move forward.
So but there's apparently an impasse.
Yeah, so impasses are only last as long as people stay entrenched and are not talking. I will tell you that there is dialogue, and so that's important. We've had meetings at all of our levels. In fact, I just met last week with the Lao deputy chief at the embassy, the Lao embassy in DC, and discussed specifically this problem. Again, talking it through, getting them to understand what we're dealing with and what we're asking for is continuing every day.
Ms. Winbush, thank you, and I thank you for pressing it.
Absolutely.
Me to you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, thank you for everything you've done. From your statistical data, the majority of MIAs are in the Second World War. And you have a number down here as 39,000 possibility of recovery out of 70,000 roughly. How much of that 39,000 have you discovered? I mean, how many remains do you expect to recover? Have you recovered?
If I understand your question correctly, last year in FY 2023, we identified 158 personnel, 158 from multiple wars. The majority of those identifications came from our disinterment, so they were largely World War II.
So out of this 39,000 expectation, what have we totally recovered then? Out of the 81,000 missing
Yeah,
MIA.
yeah. So, and we reached our 1,000 in 2023, right? Yeah, so since DPAA stood up in 2015, we've made we hit our 1,000 identification last year. So from 2015 to 2023, that's moving at a pretty rapid pace. When you consider prior to that, when science wasn't quite the way it was, there were disparate organizations trying to do this mission individually. And now that we've combined resources and stood up this agency in the Department of Defense, we've been doing okay.
I realize the degradation of the DNA over that 80-some years, roughly. That it's a question of what our expectations are to be. What should we expect?
So, and again, I'm going to give some numbers and we'll have to do that. So when you talk about that 39,000 from World War II, and the historians at DPA will be able to fact check me total, I'll be close. About 12 to 14% of that 39,000 are unknowns in American battle monument cemeteries. And so that falls under that disinterment project. So your question with regards to the degradation of DNA over time, they are in the cemetery. For the most part, the caskets stay relatively intact. They do protect them. We do get instances where caskets will degrade over time and water will get into those. Most of the samples that you're dealing with, like for Cabanatuan POW camp, where there's a number of, and I think we're in the thousands of graves there between Manila 1 and 2. They, if I was to die today overseas, be buried in the United States, my body has to be involved. It's a US requirement. So to preserve our fallen heroes, they did protect them with a chemical. So the DNA is protected to an extent. The chemical treatment makes some issues, but we've overcome that. We're getting better at getting those results as I talked about there. I will tell you from an inherent recovery that DPA does in Papua New Guinea, where that plane crash and the remains are in the ground. They work with our methods, the way that we develop them, they work really well. Same thing with Vietnam. Even with the acidic soil, we're getting great results still out of there. And the 55 boxes from Korea that were in the environment, we're getting results. We know they're damaged, so we can do that. So to answer your question is, the DNA, yes, it does degrade over time. We've already pushed the envelope way past, and we're able to get the results for that. And so I think when you look at it as a whole, those unknowns that are in ABMC cemeteries are relatively protected. And so the inherent ones in the environment, we can overcome that. We're working on that. And so the new methods, like I said, that we're working with are already, if your state crime lab needs 2-inch pieces of DNA, we're getting results from 1/2-inch pieces of DNA. And so we're working to see about, can we repair that DNA as well? So I think we're in good shape when it comes to that, to answer your question.
Good afternoon. I really appreciate the seminar and all your people's work. And definitely tell that you're committed to making this happen. My question comes from the USS Arizona. You mentioned earlier that you had great results from the USS Oklahoma. When is the disinterment of the Arizona punch bowl unknowns going to happen?
So with the USS Arizona, that's a different problem set than the USS Oklahoma. You look like you're probably very familiar with the program, so I'll address the rest of the group. The issue with the USS Oklahoma is that although there are remains that are interred at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, there are also, in addition to getting the FRS, which I know there's Operation 85 that's working with the families to get the FRS in order to get authorization to disinter. The challenge is, it's not just the family members related to those remains that are buried at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. We have to go back and get all of the resolved case remains as well in order to be able to make an identification, because we certainly would not want to disinter, I think it's 388 or whatever the number is, from the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, and then not be able to make an identification. So we know that there are efforts, and we applaud the families for, and that's the other reason why we have these family updates, so that you all can come together and help each other. And with the USS Arizona families, they have come together and they are working to help get the family reference sample needed to conduct the disinterments for that loss, that American loss. So it's a different problem set. As if you've ever been to Hawaii, USS Arizona is also a monument. And so, we'll see what the future holds.
How did we come up with a 60% FRS
Yeah. Oh,
before
okay.
you'll start to disinter?
No. So, yeah, she was just gonna tell me to add that, but I'm gonna step back. And since she whispered in that in my ear, I'm gonna let our lab talk about that.
Sure. So
50%.
the 60% came about as DoD policy when we were given permission to disinter the USS Oklahoma in 2015, April 2015. And so the policy then became, in cases such as the Oklahoma, this is the policy was built off of that we needed 60% scientific means of identification in order to get that approval to disinter. And remember that the approval to disinter doesn't live with us. And so 60% is the number. That's the threshold we need. And the unique set of circumstances is, of course, that while we know there are unknowns buried in the punch bowl related to the USS Arizona, there are many more on the ship that we will not disinter. However, we would have to get 60% of the entire casualty list, so over 1,000 people. And that's where it differs. It probably won't differ much from the Oklahoma once we reach that point, but right now it differs because the numbers are so much bigger. So to reach that 60%, we need more FRS from the get-go.
Yeah, so you sort of answered my last question was, I know you're going to just, the plan is, once you have 60% to disinter at the punch bowl, will there be any disinterment from the actual ship?
I don't know that we know either way. I'm just basing my statement on what the Navy has traditionally done, which is to not remove remains from ships and considering them their final lost location. Historically, that has been the Navy tradition.
We have time for 2 more questions before we break for lunch. So, sir.
Yes.
over to you.
On a DNA question, you talked about a lot of the samples that you're having success with are land-based. What about the ocean-based? You've got the warm seas, we've got the cold seas, we've got the English Channel. What can you give us?
That's an awesome question. In this, I'm gonna address this to the gentlemen here about the Gulf of Tonkin as well. There was a recovery. So there's different salt concentrations between when you look at the Pacific and the Atlantic. Salt actually plays a role in our ability to get DNA. Basically, if there's too much salt in the bone, that translates into the liquid and we actually lose the DNA. When I came back in 2012, we had done a recovery that I think was in Tunisia in the Mediterranean, and we didn't get results. I was at the DPA lab and I was working with Dr. Toe at the time, who showed me the sample of the bone. And I said, when do you send us the bone? And she's like, well, we cut it and send it to you automatically. As soon as we get it in, we're finished with that. And so during the Gulf of Tonkin recovery, I worked with Dr. Greg Berg and had him, if you ever watch the History Channel and they recover a cannonball or the gold coins, right? They take those and they put them in fresh water. They want to get rid of the salt. And so in 2013, during this recovery on the ship, when they recovered osseous material, they started putting it in fresh water, distilled pure, ultra pure water, got it to what the salinity of your drinking water is. So you change it out. And we did not have a problem with that. So to answer your question, water can actually protect the DNA, especially in a cold environment. Even in a warm environment, it can protect it. The salt acts as a bacterial, what we call a bacterial static. If you look at, as we grew up, my great grandparents in the 1800s would salt meat and put it into that, right? So salt is a preservative. So to answer your question, water actually helps to preserve. We just had to overcome some of the chemical things, make sure we got the DNA, but we've done that. So, great question.
Add really quick that actually both the labs in our standard operating procedures have an entire direction for desalinating. So we will desalinate or take the salt out of any remains that come from underwater recoveries. And that process actually includes leaving the remains and other items of evidence in the water, in the original water that they were in, until they come into the lab. And then we do that process, getting them down over the course of sometimes several months, keeping them in water until they are slowly down to the same salinity as whatever the tap water is at our local location, and then slowly drying them. Because in addition to having challenges with the DNA, if you take a bone that has been in water for 80 years and you just pop it on a table, the bone is probably going to, what we say, delaminate and just gonna. So we don't want to do that either. We want to slowly get it to a point where we can analyze the elements and then also send it for DNA.
Have time for our final question over here to my right.
Yes. There are 2 programs on television that run somewhat parallel to what you do. One does battlefields and the other one does crashes. Do you ever cross swords with those, or do they assist? I know the last one I saw in Europe, it was a European battlefield, and it was a German side they were looking at. When they found remains, they contacted the Germans. Have you ever been contacted with any of those guys? And then I saw one in the Pacific. They knew who the pilot was. He crashed into one of the islands. They went to the island, they found the plane, and there was no discussion of remains or anything like that. Do they ever contact you to support?
Mark, do you want me to speak or do you want to grab it?
Sure. No, there are times when we're contacted by certain media and the public, and especially sometimes documentarians or film folks. So there are times when we can cross-populate, so to speak, in which we can work together to help tell that story in which you were talking about, sir.
And I'd also like to add, since, oh, unless you want to add. Oh. Well, it's still your thunder. So earlier, during the partnership brief, there was a photo where she talked about a B-24. I would offer that if you Google PBS Nova, the last B-24, that picture is the mission, recovery mission that they covered. So that was off the coast of Croatia. Austria was involved, the World War II museum, US World War II museum in New Orleans was involved. A private researcher was also involved, and of course, DPA. So it was a big effort, but it was an external PBS Nova document. No, I don't. The Tulsa, America. Thank you. That's right. That's right. Even the doctor follows history. That's awesome.
All right, well, let's thank our panelists up here. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. They'll be back later this afternoon in case you had a question in which didn't get answered. And we're about to break for lunch. Just a few admin notes. You're going to be back here for the World War II families. You'll be back in this room at 2:30. Then the Korean Cold War families will be in the Rattlers room at 2:30. Then the Vietnam War families will be in the Busan room at 2:30. And there's some sheets about some recommended restaurants if you're not familiar with the area. And also the hotel said they have a buffet for reasonably priced if that's something you're interested in staying at the hotel. Other than that, we'll see you after your breakout session. Thanks, everyone.
No worries.